Welcome everyone, you guys are watching PMPL South Asia Championship 2023. My name is Shadow and alongside me is going to be Fritz and Fritz, MABETEX Esports. They're already writing the chapters of victory sitting in the top spot. Do you think they will retain their spot on day number 3 or 4MV will dethrone them?
Oh, it's going to be a close battle. It definitely is going to be a close battle. From what I've heard, 4MV, they did have a good first day, or maybe the second day they were not good. They were not that comfortable on one of these days, and that is the reason they're still sitting on the second position. But yeah, I mean, MABETEX Esports, that is a very well-performing team for now. Now, how do they perform in the next 2 days? Because yes, the first 2 days were flawless, but we've seen teams falling from here. Although for now, the major goal is going to be to come into top 16, and that's about it. I mean, MABETEX, the points that they have right now, it should be enough for their qualification.
Oh, definitely. At this point, no team wants to reveal all their strategies. They are holding their A cards for the grand finals where it matters the most, where they want to compete and become the champions of South Asia region. So this could be the reason the Stalwart Esports were also lacking behind. This time, they are not looking so very aggressive. They're shying away from the fights. Maybe, do you think they are experimenting things and preparing for the bigger picture?
No, could be. Because then again, I'll say this continuously for whatever reason it is. The goal right now is just top 16. That's what you want. And this would be the best possible place to experiment, since there are numerous number of teams which drop exactly in the same spot, and you'll need to experiment around with the number of drops that you have in all the different maps. So yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how do they perform.
Well, definitely. Looking at the roadmap, 12 teams qualified from PMPL South Asia Finals 2023 and 8 teams came from PMPL Pakistan 2023 and they are competing in PMPL South Asia Championship 2023, and one team will move towards the World Invitational stage and one team will come by voting. But like I was saying, in the overall ranking, MABETEX Esports, Fritz, they are sitting on the top, and 4MV, they are just 6 points deficit from the top spot.
Yeah, there are many names which I previously saw on top of the charts in their regional games. Stalwart Esports, NB Esports, right now they're sitting on 7th, 8th position. So this means that even Stalwart Esports and NB Esports, they did not have a great run in the first 2 days. Hopefully these other three remaining days, yeah, 3 or 2 remaining days, should be a little bit better than the previous games. But the remaining teams, Illuminate, Crew, Quantum Rays, 7th Element, Raw Officials, all these teams are, I'd say, in the danger spot. Yes, top 16 is something you're already in, but teams like Tough 3X, SKYLIGHTZ, if they get a chicken, they'll instantly replace you and you'll be moving positions down. So you need to have a good game. You need to have a chicken for yourself so that you're able to, just get that insurance policy written in your name that yes, you're going to qualify for the top 16 teams.
100%. And talking about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, let's look at the stats in SA Finals versus this time how they're performing. They were looking much more confident in SA Finals where they got 3 chicken dinners, if I'm not wrong. So they were looking more aggressive, but this time they are not able to perform. They are in the danger area. Even the knock ratio, the points which they accumulated in the SA Finals were much more. Even the damage, the healings, everywhere SA Finals were looking better for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as compared to the championship.
They'll need to perform. They'll need to perform in the upcoming 2 days. And they are right now sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard too. So that is another thing that they'll need to consider. But yeah, I mean, it's not like that they've been looking not at all confident in fights like these. If you look at this, they've been taking those fights. They've been getting the number of defeats in their own favor. It's just the conversion. It's just the conversion of the early round momentum that they get that they need to keep in the back pocket. Plus, maybe take cleaner fights. Maybe take cleaner 4v4 battles, so that you're easily, able to come back into action, come back into the leaderboard and be able to put some points on the board.
Oh, they have to put the points, but otherwise maybe they won't see themselves in the SA Championship finals where it matters the most, where you get a chance to represent your region and move towards the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, and lot is at stakes. Yes, the money is there. At the same time, qualification is at also stake for the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. On the other side, talking about MABETEX Esports, they have been a consistent bunch of lads, especially the way Leo, OP and Valley, they are performing. Valley yesterday, I think through a vehicle run over in a chaotic situation, he was able to get good elimination points for himself. So MABETEX, they are looking very strong.
That's just the best possible thing. Presence of mind is what you need, and MABETEX has been showing that. We'll see some frags from their side too. Baron, he was looking very, very accurate. This is what I want Team SKYLIGHTZ to do. These 4v4 fights should be clean. If you look at Team MABETEX, in most of these clips, you'll see all of them 4 players surviving. Yes, some of them might be knocked out, but they majority of the time they're able to secure all the 4 players in the finals. So that's a big W in my books. That's a big victory for me if your team MABETEX right now. And the drop fights have also gone their way. So Aegon XI8 in this particular clip was seen getting completely obliterated by the players of team MABETEX. So there's weapon supremacy is great. Their close range gun battle is very, very good. And MABETEX, that is the reason they're sitting on the top spot right now in the charts.
And Kese was able to do a 1v3 against the players of
Oh.
Magnus Esports in the map of Sanhok.
Mhm.
That was something to witness. So yes, MABETEX Esports, the rotations are so very perfect. Everything is working for this team. And looking at the schedule today, we are starting things on a very aggressive note. That is Sanhok. Then we
Oh.
have the Erangel coming in, then Miramar, Erangel, and Miramar. So this is a day for double Erangel and double Miramar.
It'll be interesting to see how these teams that are not going to play on the map of Sanhok perform, because Group E will have 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars. Now we know that Erangel is a very basic map. Most of these teams have practiced. I mean, even Miramar at this point in time is a very, I'd say, a map which we've already seen. The team should be very, very comfortable to play on. So both these maps will be played twice by Group E, and I'd be excited to see which of the teams is able to make the most out of the situation. But now is the time where we predict. I'd say we change this to predict which team gets eliminated first. But hey, for now it's predicting the chicken dinner team. So what do you think, Shadow? Who's gonna take the chicken home in the first game of Sanhok?
I don't want to do this. Honestly, I don't want to do this because the minute I predict any team, they
I know.
bid an early bye-bye from the lobby. So I don't want to jinx any team. So I'm going to ask my producer again. So predict any team for me.
Oh, interesting choice over here, Shadow. But this time around, I think I'll go with Team Stalwart Esports. They've been not performing. They did not
Yeah.
perform in the first 2 days. This is a team which I really, really want to see in the top 2, maybe top 3 teams, because they have the caliber for themselves. They know how well they are. They are as a team. They perform flawlessly in the South Asian region. So now coming to a championship, this should be a step up and not a step down. And they've not been able to perform. So I think this would be their redemption run. This is where we might see them coming out on top.
And my producer predicts DRS. So, yes, let's hope DRS get a
Okay.
chicken dinner for themselves. And Stalwart, they really need it. They need it. Actually, I won't say they need it because they are already qualifying for the finals. It's the finals where every game matters the most. So, yes, at this point, Stalwarts are looking comfortable. On the other side, talking about the Pakistani teams, they are struggling, Fritz. Day one, they were able to get one chicken dinner, and that was against I8. But after that,
Mhm.
nothing has been showcased from the Pakistan region because the rotations which they are opting every time some team is ready to cut off the rotations of Pakistani teams, so they need to do a little bit of the more homework, especially 3x Esports. I don't know what they are getting out of that rivalry against Stalwart Esports.
And we might just see it again. We have the map of Sanhok to, start things off. For me, I'm all in. I mean, I know for the game's ecosystem, these early fights are not that great. But for our viewers' perspective, we love those drop clashes. We love when the battle is 50-50 and the person who gets their hands on a better weapon first is able to win out. Even for sometimes you get that S12K against an M4, and if the battle is close range, the S12K guy wins. So I love to see that initial fight when you don't have any sort of support from your team and it's all down to you and your gun skill. But I mean, yes, if you talk in terms of points, 3x really need to re-strategize on what do they do on this map of Sanhok.
Exactly. Stalwart Esports, they've got nothing to lose. They are already comfortably sitting in the top 16. Nothing is stopping Stalwart Esports from qualifying. But 3x Esports, well, they are risking their qualification for the finals. And this is something where the mature decisions should come in. You have to be a little bit mature. Yes, that's your home ground. But sometimes you have to take risky decisions or mature decision to qualify for the grand finals. You might have to change your drop location, so go back to the drawing board and earn enough points so that you can go and take a head-on fight against the players of Stalwart Esports. But even the players of Stalwart, they tend to lose few players in that early combat situation. Yesterday we saw action was lost, but this time the flight path, it is bisecting the map in 50-50 half.
It's a great plane path. But anyways, the plane path does not matter a lot on this map of Sanhok. So I'd say uh, all these teams are still going to go to their respective drop locations. But do we have the fight again? I think this time around 3x is not there in the lobby, or they've just chosen to go on a different drop location. Because I do see Stalwart Esports still dropping in boot camp and no one near them. So they will have a free loot in their particular area. Tatmok is a region where we might see some battle happening if the players of T2K and I8 collide. Okay, no, they just stop around the region of Paradise Resort. So another hot drop location. But Magnus, they're already in the fight against the players of Team Tough here.
Oh yes, TUF, and looks like the players of TUF are not looking so very good because I believe the knock has come onto the players of TUF and even the players of Magnus. Higmas has been taken down and Joker Sir is already charging forward where Faster
On
was
the
not fast
DBS.
enough. And Joker Sir with the DBS takes him down. Even Faster had a S12K in his hands, but he was not fast enough to pull that trigger. And TUF, well, they have managed to get 2 elimination points, Fritz.
It won't be easy because now they're completely stuck in a compound and Rollin is coming in with the nades. Zibian does have a Spectre to his name. So the mid-range fight is going to favor the players of Team Magnus. Rollin, the nade did not do any sort of damage, but the revivals are coming in. Both the players are very low. The player who was still standing on his feet has been taken care of. The M249 from Zibian, the high ammo capacity weapon is dishing damage. It's all down to the last remaining player and I don't think she'll be surviving for a very long period of time. Drolin, he's just confirming the frags and the final frag onto H2SO4 gets secured and that's Team Magnus eliminating the whole squad.
Oh yes, Team Magnus, they have managed to eliminate the entirety of TUF, but in return they have suffered heavy casualty, Fritz. 2 players already lost, and Zibian and Drolin are the only 2 players surviving from their side. I won't say it's a fair deal at such an early stage of the game. And on the other side, we have the players of Raw officials also going up against the side of Quantum Rage. Quantum Rage, they have been showcasing signs of redemption, but Raw officials, they were really struggling on day number 1 and day number 2. And looks like this fight is going to be so very critical. Even the position of Goku is going to be very critical. If we manage to go for the flank angle and backstab the players of Raw officials, I think this fight can go in the favor of Quantum Rage. For now, Quantum Rage players, they're not giving too many sound cues, and Halsey is prepared with a grenade, but he lobs it in a very wrong direction.
The fact that the players of Quantum Rage are split so much just makes me wonder that even if they're able to take this fight in their favor, these players will be picked off one by one because Raw official, they're coming in as a group of 4. So the trade game for Raw will be on top and not for Quantum Rage. The nade though from Yetta Uta is able to take down Halsey. And Raw, this is the opening I think they needed. The players up top, Senior and Quantum, will also be bombarded. The nade is good. Senior tagged a little bit. The push coming in through, but Senior is able to find the head of Yetta Uta. The knock will be there to give some more pressure, and Senior on the other hand will confirm the frag. So Quantum Rage, yes, they've lost Halsey for now, but seems to have the upper hand in the fight.
Oh yes, they definitely have an upper hand. They have those DBS S12Ks in their hand as well. Claw with a grenade might be looking for some sort of connection, but can he get that value out of a single grenade? I don't think so. Halsey is bleeding, and Tanatan comes and takes on Claw over there with a DBS shot, and looks like Quantum Rage, they're definitely winning this one. Senior gets one more knock onto the players of Claw, Raw officials, and the only man standing is going to be Zodi. Now Quantum Rage, they have to prioritize the rescue mission as well, and looks like Halsey is again back on his feet. There is no way Zodi can pull this off, but no, Halsey is still bleeding, begging for help, and Zodi in a 1v3 situation.
So the DBS though can be very, very dangerous in these close range angles. He's been brought out to 30 HP, but still gets a knock. And he's trying to go for the confirmation. It won't be there because Tanatan will come in with the support. The revivals will also be thrown in. So Quantum Rage, the spacing worked to their advantage. They're able to eliminate the whole squad in front of them. I mean, for a second, I thought Raw would just go in as a stack of 4 players, clear out these players one by one. That was not the case. They gave Quantum Rage exactly what they wanted, the individual battles, and Quantum Rage come out on top.
Well, we have been witnessing this drop collision since day number 1 between the players of Quantum Rage and Raw officials, and every single time Raw officials, they are opting for this very drop. Yes, I do understand that you have a certain love for your home ground, but you also have to understand your positioning inside the overall ranking, and even the players of Raw officials have to plan something different. you can loot on the outskirts of the area and then take a head-on fight with the Plus of Quantum Rage, because every single time raw officials are the one suffering heavy casualty. On the other side, talking about the Plus of Leo Esports, compared to SA Finals threats, this team has showcased tremendous improvement in their
Hmm.
gameplay.
Okay.
Earlier, they were the most unpredictable ones, but right now, Leo Esports, every single time the rotations that are being showcased from their side are point perfect.
The zone, though, for now is what interests me over here, because all these teams are still standing with 4 players, except for Team Reggie side, who I think got into an early battle with the players of Team Leo Esports, who were able to just chime out a frag, and the remaining players of Reggie side decided to rotate off to a different position, to a different angle. And Leo happy with the start that they have. They just need to convert it. So that's where the zone comes in. If the zone is with them, they'll be very happy to do to just stay inside it. AMR is what is present in the drop, and it is a very, I mean, accessible drop to major of the teams, because if you're able to control the compound in front of it, which Team Leo already has, it's just a quick go, check out the drop, come back, because for now it's the very first zone. Most of the teams would be focusing on the rotations or maybe even loot. So this is a great time to try and go loot the drop. And I think Leo, yes, they're opting it. They're using their vehicles, they're going for the drop loot, and they'll find themselves good weapon plus even better helmets and armors.
Oh, definitely. You need those level 3s, level 2s if you want to engage in early combat. But talking about Stalwart Esports, surprisingly, Stalwart Esports, they are shying away from the fights. Yesterday was a good day for the players of Stalwart, but that victory, that chicken dinner which they want, they got it in one of the game that was match number 9 with 11 elimination. But still, we expect bigger things from a team like
Mm-hmm.
Stalwart Esports of such caliber. This time, the circle is towards the complete southern western side, where the players of IHC can benefit from it heavily. Seventh Element, well, they were struggling, but looks like they are going for the waterways. Good rotations are coming in as long as no team is present on the shoreline. I think Seventh Element are going to feel a bit safe. Even the Plus of Quantum Rage can have a very good outing because southern side of the map is their home ground. They are very well aware of the geography and which positions to hold on to. So I think Quantum Rage can also benefit from the circle.
All these teams will try to target the center. Look at that. Leo even wants to get move towards the center of the zone. IHC already are very happy with the spot that they have. We might see 4MV fight it out against Team Aegon XI8 if they keep rotating in the way they are. And 4MV, they're holding two different sides of Painan. I think they just want to make sure that there are no late rotators, and if there is any team trying to rotate towards the Painan region, they'll be taken care of by 4MV. So that's what they're waiting for. That's what they're hoping for, to get some early frags. They won't, because literally no one wants to rotate from this particular spot. So it's better for them to move more towards the other island where the zone already is, so that they can achieve a better spot. Stalwart Esports, though, in the close vicinity, the teams from the same region, if they fight it out, I'd be interested to see which one comes out on top.
Even the plus of 4MV, Fritz, they have been having a very good run in the map of Sanhok. On the first day, also, the only good game which the plus of 4MV had was a map of Sanhok. Yesterday, also, Sanhok went in their favor. So, yes, 4MV, they are looking very strong. Even in terms of the position which they are having, they can try and potentially look for a dominant control from the northern front. But on the other side, Econix I8, I don't know what's happening wrong with this team. After getting the first chicken dinner in the very first match, they have been completely missing. And looks like Falak was exposing himself to the plus of Stalwarts, I believe, and he took a lot of hefty damage. Even the plus of Leo Esports are also in the close proximity. So Eganix I8, they really need to defend this compound with every bit of the strength, because if they want to have a good
Mm-hmm.
outing in this one. But looking at the resources also, they don't have too many resources in their hands. They don't have those level 2s also. So maybe Eganix I8, they really need to go for the secondary loot as well.
Another drop dropping very close to Team Leo. This time there's an MG3. I never understood the the 8x being thrown in with sort of a LMG. But hey, if someone uses a sniper in this map of Sanhok, which literally no one does, you still have that opportunity to grab that 8x. But other than that, the level 3 utility is going to support you a lot. I8, over the other hand, we have Woofes, who's again making sure no one crosses using the piece of land just north of his north of his position, and the remaining players of Team I8. just scouting the area nearby. So zone number 2, this is where most of the teams come closer and closer to each other. We might see some knocks here and there, but that should be about it. None of the teams really want to capitalize on these knocks until unless we have zone number 4 is what I feel. Zone number 4 is where the hard shift comes in, and that's where all the teams just barge in into each other and try to take these fights. So yeah, let's see zone number 3 though, what the shift is. It is again a central shift. All the teams on the peripheries, Seventh Element, Quantum Race, T2K, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I8, Regicide shouldn't have a lot of problem moving inside the zone, since again the extremities, the outskirts of the zone is relatively empty if they do go straight. But 4MV, their efforts might just be answered over here because there is a team they can fight, NB Esports.
NB Esports showing on the doorsteps of 4MV and trying to challenge them on their home ground, and Fistboy connects perfect shots and takes down East over there. Already the initial opening is there, and 4MV, they have been down to 3-man squad, and NB Esports, yes, they do have an upper hand, and Refuse might be looking for the revival onto East, but that's not going to be an easy revival. And this Molotov can be so very deadly from the side of Fistboy. He can get the confirmation point onto East, and East, what can he do? He's literally begging for help. The smokes are there from the side of Refuse, but are they enough? Because Fistboy is relentless with those grenades to get the confirmation point, and finally he gets it. And now 4MV on the backward situation, only 3 players remaining.
4MV. East missed the first few shots. That's where the problem came in. If he gets the first knock, then his team can activate and try to help him out, try to eliminate the whole squad of NB Esports. But the player crossed safely. The backup fire from behind was present over there, and NB Esports, they find a frag for their troubles. Instantly, the answer from MV is to just group together, which should have been in the very first place. But now for NB, they'll just do their due diligence, check every corner, check every house before trying to cross this river, where Team MV is trying to set up a trap. And let's see if this gets activated and NB find themselves in a little bit of a trouble or not.
They are in a bit of trouble right now. They don't have the numbers, but at the same time, friends, we have to understand this is the home ground for the players of 4MV. They always like dropping in towards the side of Painan, so they know every nook and corner of the city. So NB Esports, they have to be very cautious because the aggression which 4MV is having is on point. At the same time, they are sitting comfortably on the second spot in the overall ranking as well. So yeah, 4MV, they are a strong team. At the same time, we have seen the aggression from the side of NB Esports in the SA finals, where they were so very close to becoming the champions, but they came on the second spot. So NB Esports, high expectations are also from this team, and taking a head-on fight against 4MV, oh well, they have got good confidence, I have to say. At the same time, we have the plus of Stalwart Esports also in the close proximity, so there is a chance that Stalwarts can also chime in and do a third party if the players of NB Esports are caught out in the open.
Let's see though, NB, they're very diligent with the utility that they're throwing. The smokes will be thrown in to just cut any angle of sight that Team 4MV have on them. The crossfire will be made and they'll easily cross into the zone. Plus, even NB Esports, they have been sort of blessed over here because of the play zone. The corner of Painan that is inside the zone will be capitalized by them if they're able to successfully cross the river in between. And 4MV, they'll have a compound or two, but then it'll be easier for Team NB Esports to just completely eliminate the squads because they know they have the upper hand. The remainder of the teams, though, the rotation, it is going to be very, very difficult because look at this. The zone is completely out in the open. You have a few white spots here and there which are compounds, but all of these are just single standing houses. And now when you try to rotate inside of these, you'll be shot upon from multiple different angles, and that is exactly what T2K is facing right now. Suyog gets taken care of. Not just Suyog, the whole squad of T2K just gets taken care of. And we bid adieu to the team in the map of Sanhok.
Well, yes, they have been eliminated, all courtesy to the players of Againx I8 as well. Now, Rio Esports and Quantum Race are also locking horns with each other on the southern end. And we have the players of 7th Element. They can also join the fray. And looks like T24 OP already got a knock onto Slipknot. And Tokosaurus is looking for the confirmation point onto Liquid. Rio Esports, they need to do something. The numbers are dwindling down for them. At the same time, they have to prioritize the rotation. They are 120 meters away from the circle. And this is going to be stage 5 circle, friends. The blue zone damage is going to be way too much. So even the players of 7th element, they have to be very cautious, and they don't have enough healings or medkits in their
Mm-hmm.
hands. As I can see, Tokosaurus is left with only just one medkit. Yes, the vehicles are there, so the rotation should be coming in at any point of time, but we have other teams also on the periphery of the circle that can be a bit challenging for the players of 7th element. On the other side, the team who is in a very good position, in the prime position, are the players of Stalwart Esports. They have the entire northern control, and this is what I was saying. They can do a third party, and already Stalwart Esports, they have managed to take down one player from the side of NB Esports.
Oh, seventh element though. They were waiting for Quantum Rage's senior to get into the zone and then try to take a frag. But as soon as they see the zone is not with them, they respect it and they're already off to their rotation. They'll still stop on top of that hill, still have their crosshairs onto senior. He is firing onto Tokusaurus, but there comes a cover fire from Divine. He gets the shot, gets the frag, and Quantum Rage, they're down to just one player. Ton. It usually means that he's in a very good spot or he is very well, but that does not seem to be the case right now. He is all alone, battling with the blue, trying to get inside with a lot of teams around him. It'll be a disaster for him if he wants to get inside the zone. For now, though, Team Leo, they will be pushed upon by the players of 7th element, and Divine making an ambitious run down the hill, not to be spotted by any of the Leo players. So for now, they'll survive. The nades are being thrown in though. Tabby with a good nade. Sussex tagged quite a bit. The counter utility, where is it? Team Leo. Just a single nade from Sussex. That was about it. On some other part of the map, NB Esports has been eliminated. 7th element, they want to take this fight. Tokusaurus, a good nade. Won't do a lot of damage because there was just ledge through which Sussex was able to survive. Now the shotgun in close range. Even T24 had one. Tabby finishes off Haitami. And 7th element, they're able to eliminate the squad right in front of them. Although they get spammed a little bit through IHC from far away, the revival shouldn't be a problem. And with 4 defeats, 7th element, they'll have another minute to get inside the zone, which is very nearby. But even Regicide has an angle on them.
And IHC as well, but right now we have Againx I8 up against the plus of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have the height advantage. Mafia Ninja does have a very critical position along with No Fear, and the grenades in the hands of all the 4 players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are going to be so critical if lobbed to the perfection, but both the teams are not having the perfect projectile, so no value is coming out of those grenades, and it's a 4v4 fight happening on the southern eastern side. On the other side, we have IHC going up against Quantum Rage, and Quantum Rage, well, they have been eliminated after getting 4 elimination points. A lot of throwables are being invested in this fight between Againx I8 and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Freds, but nothing is coming out of it. Yes, I8 Sky finally has been taken down, and Woofies and Highvoltage DC, they are locking horns on some other part of the map. For a second, I thought it was Againx I8 that has been knocked down, but no, it is Illuminate Crew whose players are falling down, whose numbers are dwindling down for now. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are trying with every tooth and nail to get some good value out of this map, because they have all the good reasons. They are not standing on a very good spot, but the blue zone was giving some trouble, and against IA, they were forced to make the rotation, and that is when one player has been taken out from the equation. Now against IA left with only 3 players.
Goose though was spotted down, was being bombarded by the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ. But for now, he survives. Mafia Ninja around the corner, expecting someone to be a snake around here, which Sanhok has quite a lot of. Now Goose, the spray will be there. He will be spotted, but he's been able to take down one. Nima and Mafia Ninja are super low, so no peaks for now. No trades as of now, and Goose really has a chance. If he's able to take down Nima, Mafia Ninja though goes down to a nade, and Nima is also being spotted down, but as soon as he stands, that's his death. No Fear had that angle and is able to take the player down. Although the time and clock does not support revivals. So SKYLIGHTZ, I think continuing here, there'll be just 2 players surviving, Nima and No Fear. Or if, okay, there's a small chance they'll get the revival, they do. And even Mafia Ninja's back on his feet. The zone is a little bit slower this time since they're on the slower side. So they do get the revivals and even a first hit pop for AJ. But no more healings for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. There is no one contesting them for now. IHC is there, but they are a little bit far away. Team Highvoltage, on the other hand, also have to move inside the zone. One side you have Regicide, the other you have Stalwart Esports. And Stalwart already firing on all cylinders. Avenger gets a knock. IHC, on the other hand, is also taking a fight with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. The trades are there. Godless gets another knock onto the player of Regicide. So multiple direction, multiple fights. The POV is on high voltage, and Praveen and Malik are the only two players left.
Well, they are, and Cloud is begging for a revival at this point, but a revival might not come as a blue has started closing in, and there is no time. And Praveen in a close frontal battle with the players of Stalwart Esports, and IC comes and takes on both the players, Cloud and Praveen, and Malik also goes down with that high voltage DC. They have been eliminated after getting 5 elimination on the 4th spot. Now we are down to only 3 teams, 11 players remaining. Stalwart Esports 8 elimination on already having a dominant control from the northern front. This can be the game for the players of Stalwart Esports to lose. On the other side, on the southern end, we have the players of IHC. They also have the numbers in their favor. But I think I spoke too soon, because Nirzad found Godless over there and instantly shuts him down. Alex might be looking for a revival, but Nirzad with the grenade is looking for the confirmation point. And we have the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also coming in and joining the fray, but Stalwart Esports, they're not stopping. They're finding trades here and there on the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well. And SKYLIGHTZ, well, they have been eliminated. This is the only good game in 3 days coming from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but Stalwart, there is no stopping them. They are running death and destruction everywhere with only 2 teams remaining and fighting for the winner chicken dinner with the numbers advantage in the favor of IHC.
Nirzad needs to pop a first aid here. Oh, he does not, and Godless has been able to spot him down. That's another knock. Stalwart down to just 2. Demu's running all around, but he does not have HP to do so. 1 bullet to him, and he'll be taken down, but he had the natural ridge cover, it seems like. Oh, Stalwart Esports, they're in a bit of a trouble. 18 seconds for the next zone to close to. Now, Tobbs, he has that flank angle. One of the players gets taken down. He strikes and gets the second one too. So it converts into a 2v2 battle. Alex and Godless, let's see what they can do. The first aid trying to be popped. Tobbs gets the first aid down with the shotgun range supreme. IHC. For a second, I thought Stalwart had an option, had an answer back, but they just do not. The reset was not there, and IHC grabbed that WWCD.
So close. Stalwart Esports, they were so very close to getting like winner chicken for themselves, but IHC, they reigned supreme, and with those 21 points in the overall ranking, they are sitting on the 8th spot right now.
कुछ दोस्त आपके लिए गिफ्ट लाए हैं
अरे वाह आजाद नगरी डोंकी राजा तो बस हमारा शाही लिबास पबजी मोबाइल पे पहन लिया जाए
सिर्फ पबजी मोबाइल पर
Well, what an interesting game, and completely unexpected. Everyone thought that Stalwart Esports, this is their game to lose. They were looking for the dominant control from Northern Front since a very long time. But I think they were engaging in too many fights. The moment they got engaged in with the plus of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, that is where IHC capitalized. What do you have to say about the final fight of Fritz?
Oh, the final fight was insane. For a second, I thought it was a very easy fight for IHC, but I did not see the lurk over there on the left-hand side. Stalwart, they get a knock on some other player first, and then he stands to get another knock for himself. That was the moment, I think, that changed the game, that I think might have led to Stalwart Esports getting the chicken. Only if the player was spotted that was pushing in from the right hand side of the stone, if he was taken down first and the heal could have come through, Stalwart could have won the game. That did not happen, and the reset time was not given by IHC in that fight to the players of Stalwart Esports, and that's where they fell. Yes, Stalwart, they were engaging into too many fights, but the problem started when they lost the player, when it was a 3v4, and then one of the players was isolated from the team. So these are some things that you essentially, while you're in game, you cannot control. These are some things that you can just come back and see, okay, yeah, these are the mistakes that happened. We'll make sure that these do not happen in the future. I was so close to my first correct prediction, but IHC stole it away from me.
Well, certainly, IHC, they reigned supreme in the final fight. They were showing the patience. They were also showing good synergy. The moment one of the player was taken down from the lobby, they were quick on the revivals, and Stalwart, they were engaged with the plus of SKYLIGHTZ. On the other side, the standard player from the side of IHC is going to be Zeol with 4 eliminations of his own and 540 damage that he was dishing out. 2 assists, 5 knocks. Perfect gameplay coming in from the side of IHC.
Ooh, Zeol, great performance by my lad. Great performance by him, and he is the MVP of the game of Sanhok. Other than that, IC, Godless, these are another 2 players who had great impact, and IHC, obviously the number of frags that they had, there had to be 2 players in the list. Stalwart Esports though also have great representation through Tops too. IC is there in the second chart, but even Tops got 3 frags to his name. But yeah, I mean, overall damage, it's IC who has been able to dish out a lot of damage. Joel, on the other hand, he was the MVP since his team got the chicken, and that was a little bit more impactful rather than IC's damage. But overall, a great performance through these 2 teams. The other teams are also there in the list which performed better, but we'll have to see the overall standings for that.
Well, we will be waiting for the overall standings, but the highest elimination are coming for Zeol from the side of IHC. Even Alex in the final fight, the moment he rushed towards the player Tops of Stalwart Esports with the DBS in his hands, I think that is where they got the chicken dinner for themselves. Perfect rotations were coming in. Tops didn't anticipate that from where exactly Alex will be coming in. On the other side, IC will always an impressive one. Highest damage from his side, highest assist, but the highest healings done are from the side of Quantum Rage because they were taking the too much damage. They were engaging in too many fights as well. But in the match ranking, IHC, they are on the top with 21 points.
11 eliminations to their name. Exactly same as Stalwart Esports. They also got 11 to their name, but then again, the difference between the first and second position are the 4 points. And that is the only difference between IHC and Stalwart Esports. But this is a good start from both these teams. I mean, IHC and Stalwart Esports, these were the teams which were really looked forward to in the first 2 days, but did not perform as greatly as expected. But now they're on the way back. Now talking about the overall ranking too, let's see the effect that it had. Stalwart, they've pushed up a few ranks, 2 ranks improvement over there, 73 overall points. But now when you compare it with the team sitting up on top, which is Team MABETEX Esports, they played 1 map less and still are on 90 points and still on top. So I mean, it is a long climb for the players of Stalwart Esports. Even Highvoltage have climbed, not climbed, they are in the same spot, but they've reduced the gap between the first and the 4th position. So yeah, I mean, overall ranking, we do see some progression from Stalwart Esports and IHC, but that's about it.
And even the plus of NB Esports, they were looking very promising up until Stalwart Esports took down one of the players from the side, and that is when 4MV they also striked in, and NB Esports they couldn't stand tall for a very long time. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this was the only good game that I have seen from their side in all these 3 days. I hope they carry forward the same momentum, because just by getting one good game, they have managed to propel themselves by 4 positions. Now they're sitting in the safe spot, that is 15th with 29 points, but they still need too many points in their favor, especially the placement points, and so do the players of Magnus Esports. Just getting 4 placement points is something I don't anticipate or expect from the side of Magnus Esports. But looking at the schedule, this time we have Erangel, where Group D will be sitting out. That means the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Train to Kill, Regicide and Magnus Esports, they will be sitting out on this one.
Oh, all right. Interesting groups over here, but I'm excited to see MABETEX now. Haven't seen one of their games. Sanhok, they were setting it out. Seems like they were in Group E, but now they'll be playing the map of Erangel. So let's see how much of a lead they can make on this first map if they're able to start off with from where they left with the chicken, or maybe better. But yeah, Erangel, it is going to be an interesting game. Do we have any sort of drop clashes over here, Shadow? Do we see some teams trying to drop in and take early fights?
Yeah, we do have, but this time we won't be witnessing, because in Yasnia, SKYLIGHTZ
okay.
Gaming and Quantum Rage, they both like to drop in. Sometimes Quantum Rage or SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, either of them change their drop location, but this time SKYLIGHTZ, they are sitting out. So I don't think we are going to see any drop collision happening in Erangel, thankfully, because I hate those drop collisions at such crucial stage, especially between the 2 teams who are on the verge of disqualification, or not disqualification, who are on the verge of not qualifying for the finals, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming was definitely one of those teams. So this time they can sit comfortably, and Quantum Rage, they can enjoy the city of Yasnia.
Hey, I mean, the way SKYLIGHTZ played their first game, they got good number of frags too.
Yeah.
So they should be feeling a bit confident. And I won't blame them if they go aggressive on this map of Erangel and they say, like, yeah, we have got early few frags in the previous game. We're not able to essentially convert it. But that's not what we want. We don't want to check in every game. We just need to be consistent enough to get through to top 16. That's the objective here. And to achieve it, if you go aggressive, I'm completely fine with that. But now is the time for prediction once again, Shadow. DRS the last time around, yeah, I mean, we did not even see them play, I think. But
Yeah.
now in the map of Erangel, we do have that team. So do you stick with your current prediction?
No, I'll change it to NB Esports. My producer is
Oh, okay.
predicting a team that is sitting out, so I'll do my job and I'll predict NB Esports.
Oh, okay, all right. NB Esports is your choice. I'll go with I'd say team DRS only. Oh no, maybe SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I'll go with
They're
team
sitting
SKYLIGHTZ
out.
Gaming. SKYLIGHTZ, they're sitting it out.
Yeah, they are sitting out this one.
Oh, all right. Then DRS. Back to DRS. How they play? Hopefully they play.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So this I'll go with team DRS Gaming this time around. I just want to be brave with my predictions. Hopefully I get it correct. But hey, there is a very big chance either 4MV or Stalwart might come out. A very defaulty game. I've seen the region of South Asia play. They're very, very comfortable. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. But for my prediction, it will be DRS Gaming.
Definitely, the DRS, they can go for the winner chicken dinner because on day number 1 they were the most consistent one along with MABETEX Esports, and I think DRS, they were sitting on the first or second spot if I'm not wrong. At least they
Okay.
were in the top 5 somewhere on day number 1 as well.
Mhm.
And DRS is one of the more strategic team. At the same time, they're bringing the aggression. They play with the circle. They do see a team in the close proximity, but the moment the circle shifts, they prioritize the rotation and they move inside the circle. That is something that always works for the players of DRS, because in the final circle they have all the 4 players alive and they have a good position inside the circle. That is when they start picking the fights. That is a good strategy coming from the side of DRS. On the other side, talking about the other teams like Stalwart Esports and 4MV, especially 4MV, well, they're always looking for the aggression. They're always looking for the elimination points. They don't rely on the placement points, and sometimes they're sitting on the top with so many elimination points. I'm like, do they even need the placement points? Do they even need the chicken dinner for themselves? So,
Oh,
yeah.
I mean that's correct. That's correct in terms of elimination. Even when we saw the overall standing, I was wondering how all the teams from the region of Pakistan are able to get so many eliminations. The only thing they want is a little bit of a consistency. That's
Yeah.
that's the only thing that they want, because all these teams were nearing 30 frags. And that is a good number of frags to find in what, 8 or 9 games. That is decent. I mean, you're almost averaging around 3 frags every game. But the only thing you need right now is position points, a little bit of consistency, and you'll be up on the charts. So I'd definitely like to see them perform a little bit better. You get a squad elimination early on, then you just play for the position points. That is what I'd like to see as an approach for the players of team representing the region of Pakistan. But other than that, DRS is the team I'm looking for. And what I love to hear is a team getting all the 4 players inside the final zone. That's what I love to see. And if DRS can do that, maybe they do have a high chance of getting that WWCD in the game of Erangel.
But they certainly can. DRS, I have no doubt in their capability. They've already having the experience, the global experience for themselves. On the other side, speaking of Pakistan region, I think the major problem for Pakistani teams right now are the rotations. Because when they start engaging in a fight, first they don't know when to back off from a fight, because they're always looking for the aggression. Even if Blue is coming in, yesterday also we saw the players of 3x Esports and Magnus Esports. They were engaging in a fight and Blue was catching up to both these teams, and they didn't prioritize the circle. In the end, both the teams were doomed. They were taken out pretty early in the game. So yes, they have to make the mature decision which path of the rotation to focus on, have a little bit of the read on the opponent as well, and do have an understanding that when you have to back off from the fight, back off and engage in the fight later on in the next circle, so that you have good placement points and you have better chance of survival rather than fighting in the blue. But speaking of the circle as well, Fritz, what kind of a circle you want to see in this Erangel?
All the way to Spawn Island. until unless it happens, I'll just keep saying that. I just want a Spawn Island circle. Even if not the final zone, I want the first zone to at least include that piece of land, because I've never seen it being there. You need to give our very worthy players in the server a chance to at least go there and loot. So that will be a very, very north-oriented circle. which like on the real main map ends around the region of Rozhok. That is the only way possible for Spawn Island to be in the first circle. But yeah, jokes apart, military base also is a very interesting circle, is what I feel. When you force the teams to rotate via the bridges, when you force the team to take a dive into the river, or maybe even it's an ocean, because I don't see anything around it. So maybe force the teams to take a dive in the ocean and then try to either swim it out or maybe use the boat for their rotation. That's what I like to see. That's when the teams who usually drop in the southern part of the map have a little bit of an advantage. Stalwart would be one of those teams. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to see where the first zone goes. But talking about the plane path, starting from Milta Power and going all the way up to Jajapol, a little bit towards the northern side, this will definitely help the teams that poised to go in areas like Yasnaya Poliana. So Corner Brace, they'll be loving the circle that there is right now. The other teams though, Primos, not so fair and good for you, the team that usually landed there. So they might drop around the region of Gatka, try to take a vehicle and then go above with their rotation. But on the basis of mini map, I do not see any early fights here.
Oh yeah, this time we might not see too many early fights happening, but towards the side of farm, there is a possibility of raw officials and the players of Illuminate Crew and Seventh Element lock horns with each other, because there is a major cluster and looks like we already have a first blood situation coming up where the player of Seventh Element have been eliminated. Not just one, two players have been eliminated, and Seventh Element not having a good start. This team is really struggling. When you are paragliding, you already see there is an enemy. You might have to change your course of path, but that didn't happen. And Seventh Element, well, they lost two players in the city of Pochinki as well. We have drop collision happening, and for me, this time they're not going towards military base. They are in the drop city of Aganex I8. But are the players of Aganex I8 prepared for it? I don't think so.
The split that Agonix I8 have is a very interesting one. So if Goose gets attacked, there's just one player to help him out who's very, very far away. So he has to be very careful with the position that there is. No support is arriving anytime soon, my man. So you need to be careful with the compounds that you loot. He has got a UMP 45 and a DP, I think. Better than what the players of 4MV have, though. Doc and Refuse have found good rifles to their name, but East, he has a rifle. I think the second one's a crossbow, but does not have any armor or helmet. So this is something you'll need to be very careful about while taking these early fights. And both these teams are in sort of a stalemate situation. They cannot rush their opponent's compound. I8, I'd say, is a little bit worse considering the split that they have right now. Ghost is completely alone. And if he even tries to cross here, East will pepper a few shots onto him. And that could be a reason why he goes down. But other than that, both these teams, they've got themselves the compound. The compounds are completely divided. They're looting in it. I'd like to see when it comes to a breaking point and when these teams start to fight out.
Well, they will. They're kind of a stalemate situation, but Pochinki, it's not easy to have a 4v4 fight. There are so many angles from any window. Anyone can shoot in your direction and take your player down. So it's not going to be an easy fight. Yes, again, XI8, they're holding on to the perfect angles. The way they're trying to converge the plus of 4MV from multiple directions. Looks like they do have an upper edge, but at the same time, the resources also, because all I see in the hands of Blade are the 5 smokes. He doesn't have any grenade or molotov that he can lob and find a knock and an opening onto the plus 4MV. But surprisingly, both these teams in the city of Pochinki, no one was expecting either of them in Pochinki. Against I8, they usually like dropping in towards the side of Kori. 4MV, they do go towards the side of military base, but this time the team that usually comes in the city of Pochinki are sitting out. So these things that do happen. These things do happen. On the other side, talking about Stalwart Esports, well, they are enjoying the entire city of Novoripnoi. Definitely, their bags are going to be pretty full. And they might be looking for a chicken dinner this time. Last time they missed it. Maybe this time they can get it.
My favorite city to loot. And I love all these open spaces, you know. I don't like to be in compounds, searching every room, going through everything that there is. All these containers is so easy and free. You just walk onto one of these containers, you just see what's on top of it, you get to have an idea of everything, and you just need to go into one side to get any of the loot. So it's very easy to loot in situations like these. But this situation that Seventh Element is, oh my god, this can be dreadful. But does even Team I8 know that there are 2 players of 7th Element in this spot? Okay, yeah, they do. Nova trying to toss a nade, does not have a lot of information, so just groups up with Wufez and is trying to take the battle over here. Noah, the nade could be very, very deadly if timed perfectly. But now T24 has a nade of his own. It knocks out Noah. And the jiggle fire from T24 is just supreme. He's able to get a couple of knocks. And there's no support. Viper and Sky are on their other missions. Until and unless they come here and trade out T24, I8 might lose 2 players in the process.
They can, but Sky comes in at the perfect time and T24 OP has been taken down, leaving Divine all by himself. Now it's a 1v2 situation. The grenade, Divine is definitely looking for some opening. At the same time, Sky has his own mind of lobbing those grenades, but Viper exposed himself. Goofies, who was revived, has been taken down again, but Sky comes in and saves the day by taking down both the players of 7th Element. And 7th Element becomes the first team to be eliminated from the lobby. Eliminate crew, well, all thanks to Sky, the way he was able to clutch, the way he was able to take down both the players without suffering any casualty. Eliminate crew, they have managed to get 2 defeat points in their favor, but my heart goes out for the players of 7th Element. 2 players were taken out by Raw officials the minute they landed on the ground, and remaining 2 players were taken down by the players of Eliminate crew. Not a start they were hoping for.
Not at all. And this is something you don't like to see in the early stages. I'm not happy with 7th Element though, because they were able to get 2 knocks onto I8 and they did not go for the confirmations and they went for the fight instead. They wanted to get maybe a whole squad wipe. But Sky just dropped out of the vehicle, dropped the player of Team 7th Element. That was the fight done right then and there. Because then the revivals were coming in. You had the numbers advantage, a great numbers advantage, and exactly know where opponent is located. No surprise element, no surprise factor, and that is a fight you easily win. Highvoltage, on the other hand, though, they still continue with the split that they had when I saw them in the region of their in the games of their region, the school split. They're still sticking with that, no problem whatsoever. Praveen in the vehicle, Malik has a Dacia of his own. So all these players of Team Highvoltage set up, ready. They'll be waiting for the very first fight that comes their way.
Speaking of Highvoltage, this team has impressed me the most. The way they were playing on the very first day, they managed to get a chicken dinner in the 3rd game. Later on, day number 2, also Highvoltage, they were looking very strong. But from one fight, we moved towards another fight between Leo Esports and Aganex I8. Aganex I8 looked like they already rotated from the city of Poching, and now they escaped from 4MV, but they moved in the direction of Leo Esports, and Leo Esports, well, they managed to take down 1 player from their side, not just 1, 2 players. And now Aganex I8 left with only 2 players. This time Aganex I8, they're struggling with those rotations. This is what I was talking about, that all the Pakistani teams need to have a read onto the opponents. But 4A, what is happening? 2 players already down, and Raw officials are literally tearing them apart. 2 players down and refused in a close frontal battle, but yet Uta with a grenade in his hands, can he take him down? And yes, the final player also goes down. The perfect angle, the perfect crossfires that were held by the plus of Raw officials. What a comeback they are creating. 6 defeat points already in their favor, but they lost onto Zordi.
So that's a big loss. You want all the 4 players surviving at least till maybe the 4th or the 5th zone, so you're able to take fights. But in terms of fights, I'd say Raw, they've done one better because they've eliminated 4MV. They got the first 2 frags onto 7th Element too. So 6 frags, that's great. That's great from you, but now just focus on the survival. Just focus on survival, get some more points on the board, maybe 4 or 5, and you'll have a good average. Meanwhile, 52 Esports as well, a frag onto Goku of Team Quantum Rage. Another team also battling it out. There's an MK14 in the drop, complete level 3 kit 2 with it. So the team that has dropped around Georgia Pole, if they do come and loot this airdrop out, it'll be a good thing for them.
I still can't get over how the players of 4MV got eliminated.
Okay.
Both these teams were in the city of Pochinki, Aganex I8 and 4MV. Instead of locking horns with each other, they both try and back off from that fight. And 4MV, they walk towards the side of Raw officials, from the position of Raw officials, and thinking that maybe the players of 4MV are trying to go towards the side of military bus. But wait a minute, we have IHC and Leo Esports going up against each other, where Demo finds Slipknot. Instant confirmation also coming in. The numbers advantage is with the players of IHC, and Demo in a close frontal battle with Liquid over there. Can Liquid take him down? But the answer is no. But perfect grenade came from the side of Godless, and Liquid goes down. Now Demo, he's in a lot of pressure situation right now, and he takes down Sus over there. IHC, they have an upper hand. Haidami, the only man standing, can't do anything. two players coming from two different directions. Deals with one, but the second one will take him down. And with that, Leo Esports, they have been eliminated on the 14th spot. What is happening, Fritz? All the top performing teams are getting early elimination this time.
Hey, this is again another one of those days where nothing is working for you. 4MV were caught out in the open. Leo tried to push onto a team which was already holding a compound, and both these fights just went one way. There was no counter knock present for the players of Leo. 4MV even, they just got one for their troubles. That was about it. They got a frag for their name and they got eliminated. So yeah, these teams, they've not been performing. They need to step up very, very soon. Otherwise, we might just not see them in the playoffs. NB Esports, though, they are also in a good zone situation. I'd say 11 more seconds and we'll see third zone. And once again, Erangel as a map, you really don't see a lot of battles until we reach the fourth zone. But already 3 teams have been eliminated, so we've seen some action. All right. But the zone, if you talk about it, it has gone all the way towards the eastern part right now. Gatka and Pochinki is where the zone is located, and we do see a lot of teams interested in the city of Pochinki. DRS already have the church area for themselves. Igor XI8 are holding outside the barn houses of Pochinki, and these are very strong positions right now inside the zone. You have access, you have information to ruins, if not some shots, if you're on church. I8 can already, Igor XI8 can already just have information towards the Gatka region. So it will help you make faster and quicker decision if the zone shifts out from this particular position. So you'll need to be very quick with the rotations, but you'll have that information. For now, the Team Tough made a very weird decision of stopping over here. Yes, they do get a frag, but at what cost? You've lost Thor. A lot of shots are being taken upon you, and looks like it'll be a very big bloodbath over here for both these teams.
Well, TUF, they have an height advantage. They have the uphill advantage in their favor, and they're using it to perfection. 2 plus already eliminated, and Healthy is the only man standing from their side. And Joker, so with the DBS in his hands, what just happened? How can he miss that shot? But Healthy was quick to retaliate with the DBS, and with that, TUF, well, they have been eliminated. This was kind of not expected. I thought the players of TUF were having the upper hand. There were 2 players. One player was bleeding, and Healthy managed to eliminate both of them. Well, kudos to him to elimination of his own 4 defeat points, but he's the only man standing, Fritz. That's the main problem. And looking at the circle, yes, the major rotations are coming from the eastern side. Most of the teams are committing to the city of Pochinki. But look at the position of IHC, which the players are having. They're holding on to 2 major compounds of Gatka. And this is definitely a Gatka circle, so this can be the game for the players of IHC to lose.
Interesting positions here from Camaro and Miracle over here. They're still sitting in Pochinki, and now their rotations will be hindered quite a bit. They cannot move towards Church since DRS has a stronghold there. We recently saw a team in the Pochinki barn house too. So they basically cannot go towards the northern part of the map. They cannot go towards the eastern side of the map. And Western is already outside the zone. So it will be a very difficult spot for them to get out of. I'd be interested to see their rotation. DRS though, for now not struggling at all. They will be able to deliver a few shots. One of the players who's on exactly on Church will be able to deliver a few shots onto the players of Team MABETEX who are trying to rotate. But on the other part of the map, 52 Esports, they're fighting it out with the last remaining player of Quantum Rage. Halsey has already been brought down to about 40 HP left. Hassan, he's still peppering some shots, just denying Halsey that reset he wants so desperately. And already 52 Esports can be seen crawling towards the player. Halsey tosses a nade. It's a good nade. Hassan might just get tagged a little bit, but he just decides to push in, get the frag, and eliminate Quantum Rage off the server.
That was bound to happen. It was a 1v4 situation. 52 Esports having 2 defeat points for themselves, at the same time having the complete northwestern control for themselves. Now the next circle is going to decide the fate of so many teams, and suddenly the circle takes a southern eastern shift where IHC, yes, they are inside the circle. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, they are on the southern end. This can be the game for Stalwart Esports. Looks like, or maybe go in the favor of IHC, is going to be the entire replica of the previous Sanhok. It's giving the feel like that. On the other side, we have the plus of DRS in the city of Pochinki. Then we have 3x Esports as well. And DRS might be looking for some rotation. For up until now, this is something I like about DRS. They always play with the circle. The circle shift has come in. They're ready with those vehicles to go for the rotations. Instead of engaging in a fight, they just wait for the fifth circle. The minute in the fifth circle, they have a good position. That is when they start striking. That is when they start picking up the players and picking up the fights. And if in the final circle they have the numbers, GRS can get a chicken dinner.
Let's see though. 3x Esports right now still holding around Pochinki, and there's another addition to the city. It's MABETEX Esports. Now they do not have a lot of time. They need to get inside the zone. So I'd like to see the transition of MABETEX Esports from this position to whatever compound they want to hold. Because I think 3x will be a major part of their rotation. They'll have to fight it out against Team 3x Esports. Wall is already crossing the road. The remaining 3 players also might just go the same way. But do they expect 3x to be here? That's my major question. Kese is able to take down Miracle, who was trying to hold the triple story outside the Pochinki region, and now Mom 2 exactly knows what is coming his way. They are in the gutters right now. They are in the sewers. And Miracle though, Kese tosses a volley and gets that confirmation. So 3x, who I thought will have the surprise factor for themselves, get caught off guard and have lost a player in the fight.
Oh, there is no way 52 can make it inside the circle. There is no chance. They are at the mercy of the blue. NB Esports are also ready to gatekeep them. This is no way that 52 can make it inside. Yes, the vehicles are ready, but Mondo Boy is also ready with his M416. And what just happened? Maybe I predicted wrong. The vehicle is going to help the players of 52 Esports to go for this rotation. Now NB Esports, they also have to make those rotations. Otherwise, they will be at the mercy of the blue. But Akaze comes in, takes Tapatab from the side of 52 Esports. And the only player remaining from 52, how long can he survive? But now NB Esports, they have another enemy right in front of them in the name of Highvoltage DC, and Mondo Boy with a grenade gave away his position. Nothing coming out of that grenade. Now Prabin knows where the players are, but finally Mondo Boy comes in with a perfect grenade, takes him down.
The follow-up nade was perfect. It was perfect, and it's all down to Jiggle right now to hold the front, because the support is a little bit far away. We will have, I think, the players of HV trying to get into this battle with the vehicle that they have, but Jiggle stands up, gives away his position, is able to secure the frag though. So NB Esports, yes, they do take a loss, but Highvoltage Malik is able to come very near to Prabin. They're being shot on as well. Prabin dropped to very little HP, is able to touch the player of Highvoltage though for now. So the revival might just come in, and Highvoltage, it'll be a 2v3 only if the revival is successful, which it isn't. Malik being shot at again, I think, by the players of Team Aegon XI8. That is the only team which can pepper through shots, and the shots will connect. The player gets completely taken care of.
He does. Even the players of 3x are not in a very good state right now. They are engaging in a fight with the players of MABETEX Esports. Mom2 going for the revival onto Zarbaf, and MABETEX knows where exactly the players are. The DBS can that save the players of 3x, and the answer is no. Mom2 does get a knock onto Wally, but Leo was there for the backup, and instantly 3x Esports, they have been eliminated with 0 elimination points. And MABETEX, well, they have 4 elimination points of their own. They're looking good. The synergy between the players of MABETEX Esports is so very impressive. Every single time they're ready for those cover fires. They're always engaging in a fight when there is a player to provide the necessary backup as well. On the other side, against I8, well, they were left with only 2 players, and DRS is showing on the doorstep. Gyante with a vehicle killer. Whitey is there. Falak is ready with a grenade. Can he do something? Can he bring down the numbers? And the answer is no. On the other side, Killer Whitey. Well, Falak, perfect grenade on the face of Killer Whitey. Takes him down, but Gyante comes in and takes Falak down in this situation.
The trades are here. The trades are being thrown in, but it all comes down to Goose now. The nade, another good nade, but it, I think, just bounced off, or is it still inside the compound? It just may be in. Mafia Ninja taken care of. The support from Gyante is not there. He whiffs all of his shots. Has an M16, but is not a good weapon in close range battle. Goose just securing all the frags he can. Spots the last player down. Turns his head towards the wall and is able to escape for now. He'll try to get that reset. Gyante trying to push him, but the first hit is already in. A cat and mouse chase now commencing. DRS, they've lost a player. And this last Ghost is just making the players of DRS sweat. He has a S12K, gets another knock, confirms it too. DRS, they're losing player 1 by 1. Ghost will be taken care of by Rules OG, but I think he's done enough damage because DRS are just left with 2 players now.
Valiant effort from the side of Ghost, I have to say. Yes, the Molotov was there that lured him out of his cover. He had to come out from the panic room, and that is where DRS capitalized, but they lost 2 plus. That was not expected from the side of DRS, but now they have a good compound to the name on the northern front. In the epicenter, we can see the players of Illuminate crew, but Stalwarts, well, they have a good position, and they're being silent for now, not giving too many positions away of their players. At the same time, we have the players of Raw Officials. Surprisingly, this time Raw Officials, they are performing really good. They have good elimination numbers as well in their favor, so this can be the game where they can propel themselves a bit higher in the standings and come in top 16.
Hmm. Let's see though, even a good game for Stalwart Esports. Into the final few zones, all the players are still surviving, plus they do have 3 frags to their name. Or did I say it a little bit too early? Because Action just went into one of their opponents and somehow survived. But I do not. They've lost a player. It's all down to Viper, Noah, and Wolfes. Stalwart, they're controlling a good part of the map. It's all towards the western side of Pochinki, it feels like. And Stalwart are already inside the zone. IHC Demo, he has creeped up behind the players of I8. And do they even know? It does not matter now because Raw Official, they came in for a third party and have taken care of him.
They have. It's we have 6 teams remaining and 18 players remaining. 6 teams and 18 players remaining. I'm sorry. Stalwart Esports, yes, they do have the complete southern control. At the same time, IHC, well, Raw Officials, they are trying to get a better position, and Raw Officials looks like the numbers are already down. Claw has been taken down, and Kancha. The smokes are there. He might be looking for some revival onto his fallen comrade, and Action is ready with his Info 16 to strike. The moment Kancha exposes himself, gives a little bit of the glimpse to Action over there, and through the smoke, he's trying to dish some damage towards the side of Raw Officials. And this grenade can be so very deadly that can stop the revival process. And Action is
It does.
relentless. And finally, Claw has been knocked down. And Raw Officials, how they are going to survive now?
How many nades does this guy has? There's another one. What, 7 or 8 nades? Action just tossed in each and every one of it. Oh, it has to give him a frag, right? It did previously, but the next 3 or 4 nades did not give him anything. My god, how much utility do they expend on just a single player? Raw, they're able to get remaining players back up. But Gyante was surviving all alone. Did get the jump onto Fizzboy, but he just turns and shows the power of shotguns. That's exactly why this weapon is so famous, the DBS. And now when I look at the other players of Team Stalwart Esports, they again have 7-8 nades. How do they get so much utility plus so much ammo in their backpack? I do not understand.
Yeah, Action is still having 7 grenades in his hands after
Exactly.
bombarding the players of Raw Officials. And now Stalwart Esports, this is somewhere as Stalwart Esports might overcome it because they are already engaging in fight with the players of Raw Officials. And look at the position of IC. He's slowly coming in close proximity to the players of I8. Well, on the other side, Illuminate Crew and IHC and NB Esports, they are forming a triangle situation where there is a chance of a third party happening. And Zeol finally finds Kancha of Raw Officials. Raw Officials, I'm feeling so very bad for them because they anticipate a good game from them. And
Even that's
Zeol,
not a
he
shotgun.
takes on Viper over there. Viper, you expose yourself. You were out there in the open, and Zeol capitalized on that situation. 4 teams remaining, and IHC 7 defeat points. Looks like it's again IHC versus Stalwart competition.
Man, how does a shotgun shoot so far? It should not. But it just did. And Joel, whoa, what, look at that. I get it, it's just 1 HP, but how a shotgun can be so accurate at such a long range? Joel is trying to bail them out. Once again, there's 12k range. Supreme and Demo. He was watching a demo to how to support his teammates. As soon as the demo gets finished out, his team did too. He's all alone. He cannot go for the revivals because I8 already have that upper hand. IHC get third partied by I8 crew. I mean, frags are flowing left and right, but Stalwart Esports find themselves in a great spot here. 4 players still surviving, and Tops has a Groza. This is a close range weapon, alright. Demo spotted. Nirzet taking some shots, followed up by a nade, and that's his demise. Nova is still surviving, not for long though. As soon as I say that, Icy spams the grass, is able to find the frag onto Nova. Wolfes, what can he do? Gets 1 knock, but then gets traded out. And Stalwart Esports, They started exactly where they left from the previous game and are able to gobble up the winner chicken dinner.
Oh yes, the flank that came from the side of IC, he was already guarding that flank angle since a very long time. Perfect timing, he took down the one player from the side of Illuminate Crew. The remaining players were taken down by the remaining 3 players of Stalwart Esports. A perfect chicken dinner coming in from Stalwart, and now in the overall ranking, they are sitting on the second spot. Well, welcome back, guys. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia Championship 2023, and the fight for the top spot is getting so very intense. With 4MV getting an early elimination, Stalwart Esports, they have propelled themselves with a chicken dinner on the second position. On the other side, Raw Officials, well, this was a good comeback from their side as well. This was a game of comeback spirits, I believe.
Oh, it was a game of comebacks, and Stalwart Esports, they just showed dominance. They were quite for a little bit, I'd say, like maybe for the first 3 or 4 zones, but after that it was just a killing spree. Plus, I'd like to just see their loadout. How do they prepare that loadout? They had 8 nades a single player, then Action had 7 more nades. That's like 15 nades. It's enough to just bombard the whole map of Erangel. And where do these nades get stored? Because they were spamming the smokes too. So I mean, the ammo had to also be in 300 numbers. They also had good enough number of hits. How do they store these nades, in the buggy or the vehicle that they're carrying? I mean, I'll have to go and check it out. But great performance shown by the players of Team Stalwart Esports. They see one player, they toss 8 nades. I don't know how you're surviving that.
Even I was very surprised how Action and that situation was having so many grenades. And yes, after carpet bombing the players of Raw Officials, they did manage to bring down their numbers and get good elimination points for themselves. Yes, Stalwart Esports, they are bringing the elims, they are bringing the chicken dinners for themselves. Looks like Stalwart Esports are again back in the action. No one is going to stop Stalwarts from there on, from here now.
Not at all.
On the other side, 4MV, this was a surprising elimination for the players of 4MV. We went to that fight very late where they were engaging with Raw Officials. I don't know how 3 players were already down from 4ME. Maybe through grenades, or I don't know. I have to recheck, but that was a surprising elimination.
Ooh, all right, but there is another surprise for you guys. We'll see who had the most impact in the whole game, and it is this time again a player from IHC Esports. All right, Ziol, 4 eliminations to his name. The only department where he lagged was healing, but that is a department where every player would like to have that number down to 0. It's just 70 for him. He healed himself once. I think he just popped the first air, and that is exactly what you recover in terms of health. But yeah, that's a great performance coming in from the side of Team IHC too. We did not see them in the top 2, but hey, overall, I think the number of eliminations were there for IHC, and we might see them somewhere in the top 3 once we see the match standings.
Well, we can, and the players that need to be focused for this game, definitely Ziol from the side of IHC. His addition in the squad has been so impressive. Ziol, Godless, all the players of IHC are very impressive. Even in the SF finals and the league plays, IHC was having a very impressive run. Yeto Uta also there with the highest damage. Yeto Uta from the side of Raw, he has been the most impressive player, I have to say. Every time Yeto Uta is alive, the team performs really good. But if Yeto Uta is taken out of the equation, the players of Raw Officials start losing onto their confidence. But this time, Raw Officials, they have shown signs of improvement. Even Fistboy is having 3 assists. MABETEX Esports also having a good outing, but on the top we have Stalwart Esports in the match ranking.
18 total points. They did lack a little bit in terms of elimination, because whenever we think about Stalwart Esports, we definitely do see double-digit eliminations. That is not the case this time around. But IHC, yes, they came, what, I think third over in the overall standing, but because of the 9 eliminations they had, they're sitting on the second spot in the match ranking. I8 follows them with 11 points. So it's again a lot of teams from the bottom charts are rising. MABETEX, a team which I was personally excited to see, did not perform that great. They were able to eliminate one squad, but overall 5 points to their name. They still might be on the top, but we'll have to see what Stalwarts did, because 18 points, I do not exactly remember the cap. So let's just look at it. Let's just look at the overall rankings and see if MABETEX is able to maintain their lead. For now, they are, but that's just a 4-point gap between Stalwart Esports and MABETEX Esports.
Yeah, Stalwart, they're only 4 points deficit from the top spot, but they have propelled by 3 position. Even the players of IHC, they have propelled themselves by 2 position, and they are sitting on the 6th spot. MABETEX Esports, well, they have played only 9 games. They do have an extra game advantage also. So maybe if they keep up the consistency, if they keep up the good games, they can retain their top spot. Otherwise, for Stalwarts, the next stop is going to be on the top spot of the overall ranking. On the other side, 3x Esports, their misery continues this time again. Bad performance coming in from their side. TUF, they were also taken out pretty early. I don't understand how TUF can mess up at that situation. They were having the height advantage, and Quantum Rage was left with only 1 player remaining. Well, kudos to Quantum Rage for pulling that clutch situation in that moment. Quantum Rage, they are sitting comfortable, but Raw officials, finally, they have propelled themselves. They have taken a jump of 4 positions and now sitting on the 13th spot with 37 points.
I'd say any team below 40 is still not safe. Even Quantum Rage is not safe sitting on 40, because what, 52 Esports of 29? Just an 11-point game is what differentiates Quantum Rage and 52 Esports. So none of these teams are safe enough. I8, Iconics I8, I'd say they're okay for now, but then they'll need to perform a little bit better in the upcoming games. But yes, guys, that was about match number 12, overall game number 2 for the day. The map of Erangel, ruled by the players of Team Stalwart Esports. But now is the time when we jump onto the first Miramar of the day. The land of DMRs and snipers is what I love to say about this map. Well, let's see who reigns supreme, because recently I do not see any DMRs or snipers, and I'm super sad because of it.
Well, yesterday we did see that AWM action in the hands of Dog of 4MV, but this time the Group C is sitting out. So that means 4MV, IHC, Eganix, I8 and 7th Element, they are sitting out in this one. So again, the prediction game. Fritz, which team you think is going to get a chicken dinner in the rainy desert forest?
Ooh, I really do not have an idea. Let's go with the safer bet this time around, Stalwart Esports. They did it the previous time. I just hope they do it this time around too.
Well, I also hope, but at the same time, I think even the players of DRS can get a chicken dinner, because the first Miramar chicken went in the favor of DRS. So maybe. Are they playing? Yes, they are playing. So I'll go with DRS.
Oh, interesting choice over here. We just swapped our predictions, I think. You went for Stalwart the previous time? Or no, you went for some other team?
I went with NB Esports.
Oh, okay. You're wrong. You were wrong. This time I'll be correct. That's what I hope for Stalwart Esports. They ended up second in the match I predicted. So I mean, second's also not a bad spot. If you guys come second again, you guys can call me or maybe tag me on my Instagram. I'll predict for you, and you'll be able to come second every time. And if you're able to win with that consistency, we just be partners in the future tournaments. But yeah, other than that, Stalwart Esports, I just want a great performance from them once again. We've seen the jump that they've made. They were 7th in the overall standings when we started the day, and now they're on 2nd. Yes, they played an extra game against Team MABETEX Esports and are still on the 2nd spot. But hey, if they continue with the same consistency, I'm sure that MABETEX will be left far behind.
Maybe, but with that, I also think MABETEX can also get a chicken dinner for themselves in this one, because hey, it's
Okay.
Miramar and MABETEX. They have always been performing really good in the map of Miramar, so this
Mm-hmm.
can be a good game for them. At the same time, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the previous game which SKYLIGHTZ played, the match number one,
Oh.
they came on the third spot. Yes, they came on the third spot, and SKYLIGHTZ and MABETEX, at least in the SA finals, they were dominating in the map of Miramar. So there is a chance for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well to redeem themselves in the map of Miramar, especially if you get to witness a northern circle. And with the circle, I'll ask you, which circle you want to see this time?
Prison. I want
Prison.
the circle to go all the way south. Maybe go to prison. Again, I know these are just weird circles. I want Spawn Island on Erangel. I want prison on the map of Miramar. Haven't seen it. That is again one of the reasons because of which I do want circles like these, because this will put all the teams out of their comfort zone. That's my only wish. I don't want these teams playing on equal grounds. I just want an advantage completely to a team that is dropping towards the southern part of the map and the rest of the teams trailing behind. Again, not going to be a possible thing. The zones are not designed in this way, but we've seen Miramar to be a little bit central circles in the very first zone, because the diameter is the circumference is very big, so we usually see central circles. And I don't think so we'll see anything different this time around.
Maybe. Sometimes we have seen a prison circle, but I have to say, you're quite a sadist just like me. Even I love those extreme circles. I love it when these teams
Uh-huh.
suffer those crazy
Exactly.
circles. It's so
Exactly.
fun to witness all the mayhem that break loose in those circles. I would love to see a prison circle as well.
Oh, all right. Prison. Interesting choice over here. And yeah, let's see if this comes true or not. Because the circle going prison, it's a very very hard thing to happen. But in terms of drop location, once again, I'd like to ask you, Shadow. Do we see any sort of drop clashes? Do we have any teams which love to just drop into a place, fight it out, and maybe battle out in the very early stages?
Not too many. First thing, we haven't seen too many Miramars, because yesterday we
Okay.
had no Miramar. On day number one, we had only one Miramar. So,
Oh.
yeah, towards Los Leones, there is a chance, but maybe this time the teams
Mhm.
have changed their drop location, because on the very first Erangel on day one, we saw too many drop collisions happening, but later teams decided to go for a dynamic drop. Which team is sitting out, go towards their drop location. That's why we saw again XI8 and 4MV in the city of Pochinki. So yeah, maybe this time we won't see any drop collision happening.
Ooh, all right. So no drop clashes. I'm a little bit sad. I do hope though we've not seen Miramar that much. So I still do hope we do see some drop clashes early on, so that we have some action to show and share with our lovely audience. But this is the time when we jump into the game. I'd love to have your predictions as well, guys, in the chat section. Just drop which team you're supporting. Just tell us who do you think is going to rule on this map of Miramar, because we've all the 16 teams logged and loaded to play this next game.
Well, definitely. And our predictions have been sealed. All the people watching, I'll ask them which team, according to them, is going to get a chicken dinner for themselves in the map of Miramar, the desert. Soon the brown desert will turn into red color with all the bloodbath that is about to happen in a matter of few minutes. But talking about the flight path, let's hope we have an extreme flight path, because I don't like those centric flight paths where it is bisecting the map and looks like PUBG gods, they never listen to my prayers.
has started from Montenegro and is going all the way to Tierra Bronca. So yeah, it's a very central. This is as central as it gets, and it'll be very comfortable for most of the teams, which again me and Shadow do not like at all. We want these teams to be tested. We want these teams to be put in difficult situations. Although that's not the case, and the drops are now. Valdemar will be capitalized by a team raw official, no challenges whatsoever. And I'm surprised to see Chumasara empty for now. Maybe 52 esports make a hard right turn and drop as soon as they do not see any parachutes in the air. It looks like a hard decision. And yeah, they're not making it. They're not making it towards Chumasera, maybe. And will drop towards a different spot, or maybe towards the lower city of Chumasera. So they'll have some good, decent loot. Regicide towards Montenegro. There's a little bit of a split, because again, Montenegro is not enough for a complete team to loot in. La Bendita, Los Leones, all these cities will be covered within, I'd say, the next 1 or 2 minutes. But the zone it is a little bit of a difficult zone since I'd say 40% of it is unplayable, it's inside water. And the city of Los Leones, La Vendetta, more importantly, Impala will play a crucial role moving forward.
Oh yes, definitely. Impala, Kyoto, Perosio, these are the two cities that are going to be contested or prime contestation in this kind of circle. I'm loving the circle, yes, although it's not a prison circle, but it's still a chaotic one. And speaking of drop collision, I think there is a drop collision happening with the players of 3x esports. I want to see which other team is also there, so
Okay.
maybe there is a chance of early fight. Okay, it's high voltage gc and 3x esports up against each other. I don't understand why every time 3x esports are going for a drop collision when they're sitting on the bottom, what they are getting out of it.
They're just figuring out, I think. When multiple regions they come together, this is what happens in the first few days. But then again, you just have 4 days to qualify for top 16. So you gotta stop taking these risks right now. Pecado is the city of choice for both these teams. And seems like 3x are the worst hit because they do not have any control of the pink building. Yes, Cairo went to the stadium, so he has decent loot. He has an M249 paired up with the UMP45, so he can provide some backup from the higher ground he has. But the fight has to be taken inside the compound, and high voltage seem to be ready to take it.
Oh yes, they are ready. They are ready and prepared. High voltage GC, they have been the impressive bunch of lads in the SAC championship. But 3x esports, Zarbaf with no armor, Mom 2 with no armor, with the M16 in the close range. I don't think it is going in the favor of 3x esports. Considering the resources, the loot which they are having in their hands, no armor whatsoever. One wrong peek, one bullet to the head, and they're done. They are done. And that could be the reason the plus of 3x esports might be looking to fall back from the situation, because hey, it's day number 3, and after today it's only one day remaining, only one day and 5 games remaining to qualify for the finals. And hoping to do a major comeback on the final day, it's an impossible task, Fritz. I don't think that can happen.
Not at all. You should not leave things to the very end. I learned this the hard way, trying to study on the last day of my exam and then scoring barely passing marks. So I just advise 3x esports that won't work here. Don't leave all the hard work towards the final day. And I think they've listened. They've already disengaged. They've left the pink building. Well, are they coming back or are they leaving? They're still not decided. What is the call? Okay, yeah, they've left. Mom 2 Miracles are they've all left. High voltage, they will be happy to take the casino side of Pecado, whereas the stadium side is being looted by the players of 3x. So now they'll be better kitted, they'll be better ready when once the fight finally comes to unavoidedness point. I don't even know if that's a word, but yeah, when you'll have to take the fight and there won't be any other option. Because for now they just have a shotgun and M16 in their hands for Mob 2. So that this is not a good loadout for you to take into a battle. So good decision on to disengaging. But now how do they re-engage, or do they just take a vehicle and run off of here? Let's see. 3x, what do they have for us in the store?
Yeah, they don't have the best weaponry, but yeah, it's not so easy to back off from a fight in the city of Picado, because you need those vehicles. It's an open field, and falling back is not going to be an easy task for the players of 3x esports. Yes, they're trying to grab those resources. Do realize they don't have the best of the weaponry. On the other
Mm-hmm.
side, Jiggle has found a level 3 helmet, but no vest whatsoever. But the shotgun, well, it can come a lot handy in the close range. S686, one of the best weapon at one point before DBS came into the picture. S686 and S12Ks were the go-to shotgun weapon for all the players, but now it's all about DBS. I hate that weapon. I don't know when the PUBG people, Tencent people are going to nerf that DBS, because I just hate it. I hate it. Even I
Oh,
say it 1,000 times, that is not enough. I just hate
it's
DBS.
okay. It's okay. I just saw how broken it is in the previous game too. Players were firing a DBS 50, 70 meters away from their target and still getting the knocks. So I just get how ridiculous the weapon is. So a nerf is definitely imminent. But on the other hand, if we talk about the players of Team High Voltage, they've also fallen back a little bit since they have to move 400 meters inside the zone. I think both these teams are prioritizing to get the loot first and then try to rotate off of here. DRS, on the other hand, they've picked up a fight against the players of Team Quantum Rage, And Tanatan Tan is no more Tanatan Tan because he's down on the ground and now taken out of the game.
Oh yes, Quantum Rage. They're suffering heavily. They have already lost one player and DRS in the city of Hacienda. They have good loot, good resources in their hands, and looks like Delta with that buggy is already closing in, inching closer to the place of Quantum Rage. But he needs to be a bit cautious because yes, Quantum Rage, they're a little spread out and might be looking for the revival onto the fallen teammate. And DRS, they have to be cautious because at the same time, Stalwart Esports, they are also making the rotation from the western front line. So there is a possibility that if the players of DRS stay out in the open for a very long time, Stalwarts can do a third party in this situation. This is the last thing the players of DRS want at this point. So maybe good decision not over committing into the fight. This is something I love about DRS. They never over commit into a fight, but Quantum Rage, enough casualty. They don't want to suffer any more casualty. So it's better to prioritize the rotation and move ahead inside the circle because it's not an easy circle to play around with.
I mean, none of the circles in Miramar are. If you're far away from a circle, it'll take you at least a good minute or maybe even 120 seconds to get inside the zone. So, yeah, I mean, prioritizing the rotation is a good decision. And Quantum Rage, they've lost Natan Tan. They're rotating inside the zone, probably moving a little bit towards the central part, towards the city of Impala, so that they're not affected by at least a couple of zones that are about to come in the future. So, yeah, Quantum Rage, good decision making. Now, let's see how does it eventually pan out, because they've lost a player and this is not the start you were looking for. DRS though, on the other hand, that is the team which has got the only frag till now in the whole game, and stage 1 is about to get over, so it is a very silent start in this particular map.
Oh yes, all the teams are approaching the game so very cautiously. That's why we are not seeing any sort of action in the city of Picardo as well. The circle takes a concentric shift, and yes, Stalwart Esports again showing a very good rotation. They have the entire control of those Los Leones hilly areas. Be the king of the hills, grab as much intel and information. On the other side, towards the southern eastern front, Fritz, we have Regicide and Raw officials going for the barrel rotation. So there is a chance that they might lock horns with each other. But speaking of late rotation, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming again going for a very late rotation. MABETEX Esports coming from the complete northeastern shorelines. So yes, MABETEX, they are showing good rotation, but they need to be a bit cautious of the position of TUF because TUF are placed perfectly. If MABETEX head over to the side of Impala, that they can stop them. On the other side, 52 Esports are well aware about the position of Leo Esports, but look at the position of Nova X. Nova X has a height advantage. He can easily capitalize and bring down the numbers for 52. So Hassan, you better be inside the safety net of the compounds, because if you come out in the open, well, Illuminate crew, they are looking fantastic.
Oh, they indeed are. In terms of positioning, though, Noah, look at that. He is so high on the map that he could really just shut down any team trying to pincer Sky 25. He is being spammed through the smoke, though. Has to be a little bit careful. Leo are very adamant to not let this guy cross. And Sky patching himself on the way down. But these smokes, how long do they last? I think it has a good 10-15 second lifeline left for now. And Sky, he is going to go for a run. There has to be a little bit of a supporting fire coming in, and there is supporting utility too. So the smokes are being thrown in by his teammates, just trying to cover the retreat of Sky in the process. They will be able to do so, but Regicide from behind is something out of the syllabus. Sky hits a few shots, just scares away Regicide, so they do not stop and they do not take any more battle with the last remaining player of I8. But there comes in the cavalry, there comes in the backup, which just gets dealt with. Viper from above, Sky from below. A little contrasting, but hey, it gets the job done.
Regicide, they were just minding their business, trying to go for the rotation. That is where the Pakistani teams are struggling. And I8 Sky was placed perfectly to bring down their numbers, but at the same time, Sky grabbed the attention of Leos because Leos were holding on to the adjacent compounds. And Viper, yes, is deploying those smokes and hoping to go for the rescue mission, but it's not just one player. 4 players from the side of Leo Esports are looking in the direction and looking for the confirmation onto Sky as well. On the other side, Regicide is the only man standing from Regicides. Let's hope he can survive a bit longer because all the teams, 16 teams, are in the lobby. Just few casualties here and there. Other than that, Vaz won't be getting out any point from this game if he gets eliminated at this point. But Sky, he's a lost cause. Going for the rescue mission onto him is like a suicide mission, which the players of
Mhm.
Eliminate Crew won't try and do so, because Woofy's, look at him, he was ready with his buggy, and the minute he realized the player is on a very low HP, there is no chance you can save him. And the Leos are having a perfect angle onto you, so it's better to play the game as a three-man army and not compromise on your position. With Nova X being the king of the hills, it can still do a lot in the situation and try and have the complete southern control in their favor. From the northern end, especially western side, there are too many teams trying to move inside the circle. That is where all the third parties, all the bloodbath is going to happen.
It is. For now, though, MABETEX, a battle with yet outer Raw, and the SMG just reigns supreme in the close range battle. That's another frag. Kaise completely taken care of, and Raw officials, they find another frag for their troubles. I8, on the other hand, the team we were talking about earlier, yes, they've lost a player to Team Leo, but their position is good. Inside the zone in stage number 3, NB Esports, on the other hand, also losing a few players, but they've retaliated back. 52 Esports fighting it out against Raw officials. So multiple fights happening, and all these are rotational clashes. Just one or two players of a team being taken down while they were trying to rotate off. So once the dust settles, I'd like to see how many teams have lost a player while trying to rotate, because it seems to be quite big of a number.
Oh yes, it is. On the other side, Highvoltage and NB Esports, they are locking horns with each other, where the players of NB Esports are not looking good, and 3x Esports again becomes the first team to be eliminated from the lobby. But this time it was Magnus Esports who did enough damage. And Magnus, well, they have got 3 defeat points without losing any of their players, so a good start for them. But at the same time, good
Mhm.
position as well. The split that is coming from the side of Magnus Esports, yes, they are trying to be in the epicenter of the circle, but for now,
Ah.
Kancha so very close to the players of MABETEX Esports. As courtesy to that smoke, his position was given away, and MABETEX, they were quick to retaliate, and Kancha has been dealt with. There is no chance that Claw can save his teammate at this point.
Well, look at that. Yeta Uta. He can be the person who spoils the sport for Team MABETEX Esports. Volley is very, very low. But does he get taken care of? No, he does not. He has some natural cover between him and Yetauta. Leo, though, won't expect, but Yetauta has whiffed a few shots. He finally is able to recover and get that knock. And now MABETEX, they'll have to think twice before pushing on to the remaining players of Team Raw officials. Oh, this could be difficult. This could really be difficult. Volley trying to coconut, but there's a buggy right behind him, and the player knows. The player knows exactly where Volley is. So essentially, Volley has been forced into this battle. He will be shot from Yetauta from a different angle. Gets taken down, all down to Baron. In a 1v2, not looking good at all for Team MABETEX Esports.
Well, definitely not looking good at all. And Claw finally finds a knock-in confirmation onto Valley over there. Let's see what more can he do, because only 2 players remaining from the side of Raw officials. Can they clutch in this situation? And yes, they do. They take down Barrett as well. And MABETEX Esports, well, they bite the dust on the 14th spot. Well, not a start they were hoping for. I thought it is Miramar. So MABETEX Esports, they're going to have a fantastic run. But unfortunately, that was not the case. And but Raw officials, well, they are improving with every single game. But for now, we have Stalwart Esports upon our screens and tops. From the top angle, he is aware about the position of Highvoltage DC. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming on the other side, looks like Highvoltage DC. They are becoming the patty in the sandwich. 2 teams are trying to shoot in the direction, and with M16 single tap shots, Nima can do so much damage at the same time. Nima has to be in the cover. If he shows a little bit of the glimpse to the players of Highvoltage DC, they will be ready to punish him. They will show no mercy. Yes, the smokes are there, but Highvoltage DC, they're at the mercy of the blue, and it is the stage 5 circle that is going to be the next one. So at this point, with a single first hit, there is no chance Highvoltage DC can make it inside the safety of the circle, with so many teams trying to gatekeep them. And action with that M416 takes on Nima over there of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Instant confirmation should be coming in at any minute. Stalwarts, they are placed perfectly to gatekeep all these teams. And action is keeping a close eye onto Jiggle as well. Jiggle with the vehicle trying to move inside the circle, but I see with that M416 is going to miss out a lot of accurate shots, and Jiggle makes it into the safety, but for how long? IC is having the higher ground. He's having a perfect angle onto Jiggle over there. Sooner or later, Jiggle will be dealt with. On the other side, Magnus, this time they are being the aggressive bunch of lads. Finding a knock onto No Fear over there. Mafia Ninja also goes down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're suffering heavily. One side, we have DRS. Delta goes for the confirmation onto No Fear with that UMP45, leaving AJ all by himself. So AJ, what can he do at this point? Particularly nothing. Just survive, hope for the survival game, and grab those placement points because they are of prime importance. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have been reduced to just one man, and Fred Stalwarts,
AJ.
look at the position. Such a good position they are in.
Oh yes, Stalwarts. They should convert, guys. Come on, just let me get a first prediction correct. Although it is still a very long left game, but I'll be happy if I'm able to get one prediction correct. Delta though deals with the player, gets the 4th frag to his name, and DRS is also looking a little bit stronger now. Yet Auta is able to drop 52 comeback in an instance. The double headshot did come in, but hey, then the DBS goes boom boom, just takes the player off raw official down. Yet Auta pays with his life, although at least got one back. Tapatab, he did not know that I8 Noah had the crosshairs exactly in that spot. Gets the frag, and Jallad, he was literally below Noah, but just couldn't do anything because of the angle.
Well, certainly 52 Esports, this is a team that has impressed me. The way they are picking their fights, yes, they are showing some signs of resilience, the way they are improving their gameplay. So yes, high hopes from the side of 52, but they don't have the numbers this time. They have the upper height advantage, they have the numbers advantage, where Woofies is providing the necessary backline support required. Nova X is ready with a grenade, and Jalad might want to escape from this situation and scuttle back to the safety, but where does he go? On the other side, we have the players of Leo Esports. On top, we have Illuminate Crew. So 52, they are pretty much stuck in this situation. On the other side, Leos and Magnus Esports, they are definitely having a very good position. This can be a good game for the players of Magnus Esports. And I have to tell you, Fritz, Magnus Esports in PMPL Fall 2022, this team impressed me the most. The way they played, and this time it is completely entirely different Magnus, but this game can be the same game for the players of Magnus Esports. Considering their position, if they play their cards right, this can be a good game for them and much needed. I'll be happy to see Magnus doing a comeback today. But on the other side, Jallad all by himself, Hassan has been dealt with.
Oh, Jallad, he should have been the one to initiate the fight, but how do you get on top of the race? You'll need to go all the way around. You do not have a vehicle to do so, and you just see your players being taken down one by one. Riddler, though, showing us the beauty of Battle Royale. The knock was confirmed by the players of Eliminate Crew, but they get the flag instead. Yet Claw, the last man standing, the damage once again dished out by 52 Esports, but the flag lead just stolen by Team Tough. Nova, though, the crouch, not even the crouch, the prone and spray is just present. He's able to take S2SO4 off the buggy and eliminate him out of the game. Riddler also being subjected to a lot of shots. Jallad is the one who gets the knock, but I8 Viper is the one who gets the frag. So a lot of stealing of these frags happening over here, and Jallad won't be happy about it because he did not get anything out of the battle. Even though he dished out quite a bit of damage, did not get perfectly compensated for that.
On the other side, Magnus Zibian with those mini shots has been able to find one knock onto the players of DRS. Let's see if we can get the confirmation point as well. On the other side, Theo of Thor out there in open, running like a headless chicken. And Nova X, UMP45, I think he's being the optimistic one at this range. I don't think UMP45 can do a lot of damage. On the other side, Joker Sir has been dealt with. So there is no chance that Joker Sir can be revived. And T2 get rigged with the AKM gets a confirmation point. And Thor is left all by himself. Illuminate Crew, this team, the team that got 3 back-to-back chicken dinners in the league plays of SA Finals. Well, it's back in the action. 6 defeat points, already having a good position, but the moment of the truth, the next circle, where it's going to go, if it goes in the favor of Illuminate Crew, they can definitely rain death and destruction from this cliff, the line of sight which they're getting, but if it goes away from them, then it becomes a challenge for them.
It will become a challenge because the zone cannot shift such extremely that they're still inside the zone. So they'll have to decide how do they want to play the next zone. The zone finally shifts. Maybe 1 or 2. Okay, one more second, and there we go. There we have the zone shift, and it's a central shift overall. But all these teams on the extremities have to move. I8 have to move. Stalwart have to move. It'll be a difficult rotation for team I8 particularly, because they will have to first of all come down the ridge, and then they'll be subjected to team Leo Esports in the process. Well, let's see I8 how do they make it work. They do have this big truck to play around as cover. Magnus Esports though, they're troubling the players of team DRS, and not just troubling, because rules has been ruled out of the game, out of the server. Delta is being shot upon. His vehicle is on the verge of completely blasting out, and DRS, they tried to get that ambitious rotation off, are left with just 3 players surviving.
My entire focus is on the players of Magnus Esports, the way they're capitalizing on those elimination points, having a very good position, and they can get a lot more elimination points in this game. And Magnus Esports, they're back in the action. So very happy to see a Pakistani team performed really good this time again. So Magnus Esports, well, they have found their foothold in the map of Miramar this time, and they're looking pretty loaded in terms of the resources which they are having. On the other side, T2K in a 2v2 split, but Sanhok and Drake, you guys need to watch your 6, because from back lines the players of Quantum Rage can do a lot of damage, and DRS killer YT. Oh, the smoke was there, but not enough to save him from the shots that was coming from Higmas of Magnus Esports, and he goes down. Now DRS left with only 2 players. Drake finds a perfect knock and confirmation onto Goku, leaving Healthy all by himself, and the carpet bombing can do a lot of damage. But right now Sanhok has been dealt with, and Healthy with the grenade of his own might be looking for the confirmation, but Sandesh with the buggy is providing the distraction at this point. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, well, they are bringing down the numbers of Illuminate crew. Leos are doing a perfect third party onto the players of T2K. Sandesh and a very sliver of HP. Sanhok already down. Healthy brings down Jane as well, leaving Greg along with his teammate all by themselves. What can they do in this situation? Yes, Quantum Rage has been dealt with, but T2K, they still have to go for the revival on the rescue mission onto Jane.
They do get one of the players down, but they lose a player of their own. So, not the best possible trade. Considering now the final zones start from here on, I'd say Magnus really have an upper hand. 8 frags, good amount of space inside the zone, and the confidence should be even higher. High MS, just try to scout anyone that he can. Just try to take any number of shots. He can connect. But let's see if he's able to do anything or not. Does not spot anyone, is inside the zone, so that's one positive for him. And Magnus, they're looking strong. Leo, they see Rig is all alone, and they capitalize on it. T2K get eliminated on the 7th spot.
Well, they have been eliminated, and Leo Esports were plays perfectly to do the job, and action takes on Woofy is the last man from the side of Illuminate crew, and after getting 6 elimination, Illuminate, well, they bid bye-bye on the 6th spot. Regicide Vaz still fighting. The last man standing is able to take down Icy from the side of Stalwart Esports, gets the instant confirmation as well, but at the same time has now grabbed the attention of the players of Stalwart Esports. Stalwart, well, the split that is coming in from their side, yes, they are trying to have the majority of the real estate control under them, but at the same time, the individual players can be picked off. IC has been dealt with. Now Action has been knocked down. Nirzet is going for the revival onto his teammate. It's a very crucial revival, but Liquid comes in, takes down Tops. Looks like the segregation, the split is not working for the players of Stalwart Esports. Nirzet might be able to revive Action, but they have already suffered heavy casualty. 2 players have already been lost, and Leos, they are looking very aggressive bunch of lads.
Now let's see Leo. They want to capitalize. They want that center part of the zone, I think. Or do they not? Because I do not see the players in buggy trying to push that position. Okay, no. They just take a U-turn, go towards that central spot where they just got the knock. Not even just a knock, they got the finish on one of the players of team, Stalwart Esports. So they definitely are very ambitious over here. Nirzet spots Liquid down, takes some shots, but is not able to deliver the knock. Action will have a contention with high MS of Magnus Esports, or is he on the other side of the ridge? I think he's on the other side. Regicide Vaz, also the only remaining player from his team, so has to be super careful with the rotations. And Leo, they themselves have to get inside, which they are. But Stalwart, the only positive thing I take for Stalwart Esports is no one can push their position that they are in right now without taking the third party damage. So that's the only positive that they have. Plus, they're in the center part of the zone, so they can stay there for a very long period of time. Liquid, he takes quite a bit of fall damage, but the major outlook, the major Thing is, he's still surviving. So 4 men standing for Team Liquid. For Team Leo.
Yeah, Leos, they do have the numbers. They have shown a lot of improvement in the gameplay as compared to the SA finals. But like I said, fingers crossed, I'm still hoping for a Magnus chicken dinner at this point, because I want to see that same Magnus Esports that I saw in PMPL Fall 2022. And the team that dominates in the Pakistan region. I don't know what happened to the plus of Magnus Esports this time, but day number 3 is a day of comebacks. Every team is trying to go comeback, but Liquid, you show your glimpse to the plus of STE. What they are going to do? Definitely, they are going to punish you. And Jalad was trying to steal that elimination point. Well, he has been dealt with. Don't ever try to steal the elimination points of Stalwart Esports. They'll punish you, my friend.
And exactly like that. Even a Leo's player has been taken down. Slipknot is down on the ground. And Stalwart want to take action on it. Magnus also creeping close to Nirzed. But this split again does not entertain me at all. Nirzed cannot give any backup to action. It's all him in this position, and he can be taken down because there are now 3 remaining players of Team Leo Esports. Magnus though have the highest chances of getting this chicken, all because they have all the 4 players standing. Nirzed spots a player down. Slipknot cannot take the shots though. A low toss nade could do the job. Has to just time it perfectly though. The nade goes in. Does it take down Sussex? No, it does not. He takes a little bit of a damage, but the knock is still not there. You can already hear the footsteps, but Nirzed just even mistakenly just don't drop down, because you'll just be dropped dead. Leo, they'll be subjected to a nade from action too, and this time Haitami is taken down because of the nade. It's a good knock to find. Sussex and Slipknot have also been tagged quite a bit. An action, he wants to capitalize on it. Has the DBS in hand, is able to get the second knock onto Sussex. The revival is being facilitated, but Nirzed has hit Supreme over Magnus too. Zibian gets taken care of, and now it's a 3v2v1. Vaz also spotted by Faster. The nade being tossed, tags out Vaz to very little HP, but he still survives. That's the important part. Master down to 10 HP, but Vaz is still troubling them. The nade is not finding Vaz again and again. Draw in Faster, very little HP left, but Stalwart, they're using the high ground perfectly. Nirzed is being a thorn in their side and is not allowing them to come out or come back up. The final 9th zone, Vaz pressured, not even a single knock. Action though reveals his position. Now he will be subjected to a lot of shots. Has 4 first aids though, and Nirzed up top has 3. So do they decide to fight it out, or do they want to play the heal battle now? Because no way Magnus can come up this range. So Nirzed just has to hold his position, although heal by 18 seconds? Because 6 seconds is what a first aid needs to pop in. He is being subjected to a few nades. Action, throws a nade onto Drolin, lets him pass by, switches to the DBS, is not able to connect the shots, but finally does. A 2v2, but he'll be traded. Make it a 1v2 situation. Can Nirzed come out on top? The DBS out for him too. Faster, spotted, both the players. Position known, but the shots are not landing. 1 minute 53 seconds is what he has to survive for the zone to kick in. Nirzed is being tagged quite a bit. He needs to reset. He needs to calm the tempo. A good nade from high MS might just do the job, but Nirzed pops in the first aid. Can he drop down and isolate these 1v1s is the main question. He is desperately trying to get any bit of information that he can. High MS, spotted, taken care of. A 1v1. Faster, dinged in the head. He can be taken down. A molly to flush him off. It's a great molly. Faster, he will burn. And he might just burn to his death. He survives. For a little bit though. Does he have any other mollies? Does he have any other bit of utility? It is not required. Somehow, Stalwart Esports in a 3v2, in a 1v2, are able to come out on top and grab the winner with a chicken dinner.
And they did it in style. Just a single Molotov was Nirzed having, and he utilized it to the perfection at the perfect time. And now in the overall ranking, Stalwart Esports, they are sitting on the top with 23 points of their own.
सब कुछ मेरे हाथ में है। कोई ये सप्लाई इस तरह मुझसे छीन कर तो दिखाए।
इतना ये क्या है? What is this?
इस बार मैं नहीं हारूंगी। हाँ। ये कुछ भी नहीं है मेरे आगे। चलो इन दो की धुलाई करें।
इतना देख के
What an aggressive game and what a day of comebacks, Fritz. Every team is doing a comeback. Vaz, he was the only man standing from the side of Reggie's side, and I think his team players were taken out pretty early in the game. He survived till top 3. Kudos to him. At the same time, Magnus Esports, it looked like this is going to be their game. The minute action took on Drolin, Higmus was there to find the trade of the action over there. But NZ, again, this guy saved the day and got the chicken dinner for his team. It's not just first time in the league phase and SA finals. NZ has proved his mettle so many times, and this time again, NZ, kudos to him. Valiant efforts.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Nirzad, the final 1v2 that he pulled off was just great. He knew the position of the remaining 2 players. The key again was isolating those duels. And plus he knew that the zone is with him. He had extra 5 seconds before the zone hits him and his opponents. And the final zone, the 5 seconds, they matter a lot. He was buying time continuously. The nade could have changed the entire game, but it landed a little bit towards the right. That's what happened. It did not take him down. Yes, it tagged him quite a bit. If there was a follow-up nade, he would have been taken down. That was not the case. The only chance you give to Nirzad is where he strikes, and he strikes in the best possible way. The MVP though is gonna be his partner in crime Action, who got 7 eliminations to his name. And this shows that Stalwart Esports, they did have a high frag game to their name.
Oh yes, they definitely had a very high fragging game, and if the entire lobby there is one person we can rely that he's going to clutch in the final moments and get the victory, it's always the Rizet from Stalwart Esports. Not just the first time, so many times he has proved himself, and this time Action with 7 elimination. But Magnus Esports, I'm so very happy to see the comeback having from the side of Magnus Esports, with Zen having the 4 elimination. The perfect cover 5 was there. It was just the position. Rizet was having the height advantage, and Magnus Esports, they became little overactive in the final moments. There was no need to expose themselves. They could have held their position, but they were trying to fight. They were trying to fight from the low ground. When you're short of those utilities, those throwables, it tends to go in the favor of the opponent. Yet Ota was also so very impressive from the set of raw officials. But in the match summary, it is Action, Stalwarts written all over.
Oh, the 2 players from Team Stalwart Esports in terms of elimination and damage. And Nirzad definitely had to be there. They don't deal in assist. If they see a player, they take him down. That's what Team Stalwart Esports do. And let's see how many points did they get from this map of Miramar. This is their 2nd consecutive chicken, bear in mind. And 13 eliminations to their name. Overall, 23 points. And a great show of force by the players of Team Stalwart Esports. Magnus, though, came in 2nd with 16 points to their name, and that's a good game from Magnus too. They needed it because they were dropping a little bit in terms of the positions that they had. But where's Team MABETEX? Nowhere to be seen till the 13th spot, where they just got 1 elimination and overall just a single point from the game.
Definitely, but this time so very impressive gameplay from so many teams. Raw officials also did manage to get good elimination point, 5 elimination points for themselves. Yes, not too many placement points, but the way they took down the entirety of MABETEX Esports was very impressive. And all kudos to Yeta Uta, the way this guy was performing has always performed. The rotations were also going perfect from the side of raw officials. Raw officials, they always have a good read onto the opponent. This I have to say, the rotations are never a problem for the players, but raw official is just the synergy and the confidence they sometimes lack, because of which they lose the close frontal battle. But this is the moment Nirzad, he had a single Molotov and he used it at the perfect time.
Oh, it was indeed the perfect time. And then the blue did the final work. The play zone. gave the final bit of damage that was there, and Stalwart Esports, there we go. They topple over MABETEX Esports. Yes, they've played an extra game, but hey, it does not matter because look at the lead. It's 18 points now. And MABETEX, the way that they've played the previous few games, I don't think so they're coming back on top anytime soon. 4MV though, they also climbed up a little bit. They've been pushed down in the previous few games, don't get me wrong. But they started on second, they've been pushed to third, and I'm surprised they're just on the third position because they've not been playing very prominently in the previous few games too.
Agreed. For MV, yes, they need to step up their gameplay if they want to reclaim the top spot in the overall ranking. But one day is still left. There are too many games left for 4MV to do a comeback. On the other side, Magnus Esports, well, they have managed to propel themselves by 3 positions. They are sitting on the 12th spot with 46 points. Still, I'm not happy with this position of Eganix I8, Magnus Esports. Both these teams deserve to be in the top 5, and that is exactly where I want to see Magnus and Eganix I8 in the top 5. On the other side, this time 52 Esports and Reggie side, they also managed to propel themselves by a few good position points for themselves. Yes, they are sitting in the safe area in the top 16, but still they need to be the consistent ones, otherwise they can be thrown out of the safe area and they can land up in the danger zone. But now is the time for Erangel, where Group B Fritz will be sitting out. That means NB Esports, Illuminate Crew, Raw Esports and Quantum Rage. They are sitting this one out.
They just might be sitting it out, but the team I'm rooting for, the team which I want the hat trick to be performed by, is still playing. Team Stalwart Esports. You can already lock in as my prediction, producer Echo. You can just do that. Just don't even ask me. Just lock in Stalwart Esports because that is the team I think is going to come out on top in this map too. Have we seen a hat trick till now, Shadow? In all of the regions they've casted, did we see a hat trick by a single team? Okay, so that has already happened. But I'd like it to happen again in the South Asian Championship. So I'll go with Stalwart Esports. I want them to get the hat trick. But what about you, Shadow? Who do you think is going to reign supreme on the map of Erangel?
I so badly want to predict Magnus, but I won't do it. I don't want to jinx it. So I'll pick a team who is somewhere on the bottom, I think. But even the bottom teams are doing a comeback. So I'll go a little safe. And I'll pick Leo Esports.
Oh, interesting choice. They've shown some promising performance. You'll have to check that. I do not.
Yeah, they are playing.
All right. So they've shown some promising performance. That's what I remember. I remember they getting 7 to 8 frags in the previous game. Were eliminated a little bit early, so we did not prominently see them in the final few stages. But yes, they've been playing good, so they do have a chance at getting that chicken dinner in this game of Erangel. But hey, come on, Stalwart. The two guys just did the complete job, the entire job. There were four to six players around them. Although most of them just fought amongst each other and they just took care of the last remaining team of Magnus. But they did their job properly. So I think Stalwart Esports, they do have the upper hand and they would be on for the hat trick here.
They can definitely go for the hat trick. There is a very big chance. Earlier it was Illuminate Crew in the league place. They got a back-to-back 3 chicken dinners for themselves. Yes, they were sitting out in between in one of the game, but yes, the 3 back-to-back games which they played, the hat trick was there. Even the plus of Stalwarts can also do. Even 4MV might be looking for a chicken dinner. There is a very high chance 4MV getting a chicken dinner for themselves today because they want to reclaim the top spot. Because every time any team try to challenge 4MV in the final day, they try to come on the top, either by elimination point or by getting those chicken dinners. So there is a chance of 4MV also getting a chicken for themselves. On the other side, which team, Fritz, has impressed you the most, if I have to ask you?
Hey, Stalwart Esports, all the way. Stalwart Esports all the way. They started not even in top 5 when the day started, and now look at where they are. They're just on top. This shows how good all these teams are, and especially all the teams from South Asia specifically, I'd say. They've performed in their region, and now when you have the additional teams from the Pakistani region too, they still continue to perform. They might have a few bad days here and there, but that does not stop them from mounting a comeback, and that is exactly what Team Stalwart Esports Stalwart Esports has done. They're on for the hat trick. They could have gotten the hat trick previously if they won on the game of Erangel, where they just fell short, came second. But now they have a chance. They have a chance to redeem themselves, get the hat trick, and close the game of Erangel in their favor.
They can, but the flight path this time is pretty interesting, and I don't want to be in the shoes of Ignex I8 because look at the journey which they might have to travel. But are they playing? I don't think so. They are playing this one. Oh, they are. They have a long journey ahead. They'll be like dropping in towards the city of quarry. But last time it was again excited and 4M in the city of Pochinki. I hope this time they're not going to do so because Magnus, they are back. And this has been their home ground, the city of Pochinki. Stalwarts again heading over to the side of Novoripnoi. MABETEX going towards the side of Lupovka. In Yasnia, we are going to have the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming this time. IHC again back to their home ground that has always been the city of Georgopol. So yeah, even IHC, Fritz, they can also go for a second chicken dinner for themselves because hey, it's Erangel and IHC, they always have a strong foothold in the map of Erangel. Even the circle is favoring IHC this time.
The circle is in their favor. The Georgopol city not being contested at all. The closest contention they have is towards the western part of Georgopol, where you have 52 esports. But considering the past history, 52 hasn't been playing that great, so I wouldn't take them for threat for now. If they do perform brilliantly, we'll consider them. But for now, I mean, it's hit or miss for 52 esports. Even Leo, who just dropped on the other side of the Georgopol hill, have also started their rotation towards Katka because I think that's where they loot. Not a lot of drop fights, none to say least. I mean, there is literally no drop fight in this map somehow. Stalwart Esports easily looting Novoripnoi, 4MV, minding their own business in military base. Both will use their own bridges to rotate inside the zone too. But yes, this time around, for teams like 3x Esports, DRS, Stalwart Esports, even I'd say MABETEX and Agonix I8, the rotation is going to be a little bit difficult because all these teams, they're located on the eastern part of the map and the rotation will take a very, very long time. So they'll have to loot up quickly and then get inside the zone, which will definitely impact on what they have to fight with.
Yeah, it is going to impact, but it can be game for T2K, Leo Esports. So many factors are there that can decide which team is going to get a chicken dinner in this one. Leos, they have been super impressive in the SC championship this time. And the Gatka circle, if it comes down to a Gatka circle, Leos can do a very good job. Even the plus of T2K, when it comes to Erangel, I always say T2K, they always reign supreme in Erangel. This is the map where they shine the most. So there is a very big probability, but all the teams who are coming from the eastern side, it's not going to be an easy journey, especially for the players of Highvoltage Resi side. They might collide with each other, they might cross paths with each other, the rotations can be cut off. But talking about the team that is suffering really badly are the players of 7th element in terms of the rotation, Fritz, because every time 7th element, they lose the players during the rotation, they don't have the numbers. Yes, the firepower is there, it's just the rotations that they need to work on. If they manage to keep their numbers alive till the stage 4 and stage 5 circle, even the players of 7th element can also stage a very good comeback.
Let's see though for now. The first zone, a little dull, I'd say. T2K also on the northern part of the map are trying to rotate in through the region of Severi. So they really won't have any problem because on their part of the map, there is literally no one. So they do have free real estate to loot. Leo taking their sweet time. Magnus dropped in Pochinki. I think they did do the map study and knew that this region would be empty since one of the groups is not playing. So they just dropped in, are getting the best possible loot that city had to offer. Reggie side though, seems like they finished their loot and already are off with the rotation. They want to control the Georgopol hill from the very beginning.
Yes, they're looking to have the dominant control. At the same time, the information, the intel you get from the Georgopol Hill area is tremendous. Yes, you can capitalize on that information, but at the right nick of the time, you also have to go for the rotation threads. Otherwise, the journey of descending from that big mountain is not going to be an easy one. So you have to time your rotation so very perfectly. Regicide might be looking for a shoreline control because they want to play the safe gameplay. Day number 3 is very important for this team. In fact, not just Regicide, all the teams who are sitting on the bottom, because hey, this is the day when you have to stage the comeback, because in the final day the pressure is going to be double and triple and it is going to be mounting on your shoulders, and staging a comeback is not going to be an easy job. One bad
Not
game
at all.
and maybe you won't qualify. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, maybe this time they'll be looking for a northern rotation.
See, SKYLIGHTZ, I did see some good performance on the map of Sanhok, but I think that is where it ended. After that, we haven't seen any impactful frags or maybe impactful moments from the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. So they do also need to pull up their socks and get back into action. But I'm interested to see the rotation now for Stalwart Esports. Where do they decide to rotate? How do they decide to rotate? Even 3x Esports, because I think they will be battling with the blue. They're taking their sweet time trying to loot for themselves because they're prioritizing loot. They know once they start rotating, they might face a few squads in the while they're trying to get inside the circle. So better be prepared rather than trying to forcefully rotate and then be left with nothing once you reach the zone. So it is a good approach. Stalwart also taking their sweet time. For MV2, I mean, I just see refuse in vehicle, and they're probably hunting for some more vehicles since military base is such a big area. You really need to just roam around and just hope you find a vehicle for yourself. So let's see though, Team Leo Esports, they just might barge into the players of Team Magnus. This could be a little bit difficult to deal with. And Zibian's buggy has been damaged. One of the tires, back tires, has been punctured. So essentially, that buggy is now useless. You cannot use it to rotate around.
Yeah, these kind of scenarios we tend to witness so many times where the opponent, I will, at least in my classic PUBG gameplays, I have done this a lot. Steal the vehicle of the opponent.
Okay.
I think we all have done is either damage their vehicles, if not damage, steal their vehicles. We have all been that little nasty thief in the game of PUBG Mobile. So yeah, these kind of things do happen in the competitive scenario. But talking about the other teams, like Regicide, yes, in the previous game, Fritz, they were able to stage a very good comeback. But surprisingly, in the PMPL Pakistan region, Regicide, they came on the second spot with good elimination points. In fact, the highest elimination points. This time, maybe Regicide, they are shying away from the fights because the firepower is there. It's not like the team is not having the firepower or the skills. They do have. They got 101 finish points for themselves. They were the highest ones. And now suddenly we are seeing a different Regicide. Even 3x Esports, they came on the third spot. They were so impressive in the Pakistan PMPL finals, and now both these teams are suffering. 3x, I don't blame them. They're suffering because of their own actions, going for the drop collisions. But Regicide, I want to see this team in the top 16. I want to see the players of Regicide qualifying for the finals. Let's hope they do so. But right now, the position they are in, well, 3 teams are in the close proximity, and Regicide better be careful right now.
Ooh, a lot of the teams just coming around the Georgia Pole Hill. And the zone, although, does not support the hill so much now, because it is indicating that it can go towards the shooting range island. It can go towards the shooting range part, and then that bridge will become of utmost importance. T2K have already taken the watchtower and the compound near it, so they'll be very happy if the zone goes in the other direction, since they'll have a flurry of frags to choose from. But the good thing for 3x Esports, for DRS, or for Aegon XI8 is they get to choose the different bridge, the Rozhok bridge, as the path of their rotation. So they'll be a little bit favored in that scenario. But other than that, a big cluster forming around Georgia Pole, and I'd like to see how many third parties do we see once this stage 2 closes out.
And talking about the rotation spreads that are coming from the eastern side is not going to be so easy. Yes, I see they do have a control of the triple warehouse of Georgia Pole. A good position, in fact, to hold on to, because soon the entire city of Georgia Pole, the containers are going to be congested. We have all the 16 teams and 64 plus. It's a very slow Erangel. Not even one body has been dropped up until now. No fight, nothing. Everyone is busy grabbing those resources. Every team do understand the gravity of the situation, that hey, it's the second last game of the day, and after that the games are going to be very less, only 5 games for tomorrow. For few teams it's the last game and they want to have the best performance today. But Godless, he's a little far away from his teammates. Yes, I do understand that when you're holding onto the Georgia Pool containers, you have to keep an eye onto the city as well, because from the back lines a team can go for the rotation. At the same time, you get a lot of vision as well onto the teams who are present in the container area. And Rollin, well, he has been taken down.
Oh, high MS though will be able to get that revival. And again, this is where the containers are a little bit friend of yours. Yes, while you're trying to loot on top of it, you can get shot, but once you do get knocked out, you can just drop down and get that revival very easily. It is very hard to navigate through these containers, even as a team. So I don't expect any of these players falling anytime soon. Godless is on a dangerous venture to maybe scout out the compounds near the Georgia Pole container area. He could be shot in from multiple different teams and get taken down. So he needs to be very, very careful while he's trying to facilitate the rotation. But the next zone is what I'm interested in. And in the next 15 seconds, we'll see whose side the zone is. And that is a very big and an important question right now, since there is a big cluster forming around the center of the zone. So the next 5 seconds are going to be crucial. Ziol also disengaging. Alex also, I think, will make sure he just gets his vehicle, gets out of here. Demo, though, I do not see any sort of a vehicle or any teammate right now near him who will help him to get away from this position. The zone already closes and it has gone away from the containers area. So now both these teams need to rotate. Magnus, they already have their Dacias lined up. They'll escape this position, and so do the players of Team IHC, I think. The zone now coming around the area of ruins. All right, it is a very interesting area because the natural cover is so tremendous in this city that you'll be surprised to see that the players will be just lying next to each other, and there'll just be a ridge between them and they won't even know. So now the fights, they will start to break out, and let's see who comes out on top in such chaos.
I think, Fritz, your prayers are going to be answered. You might see a hat trick from the side of Stalwart Esports,
Hey,
considering the
don't jinx it.
position.
Come on.
I really don't want to jinx it, but there is a very high chance, even for the players of high voltage as
Uh-huh.
well, because they have the control of the ruins area, so they can go and have the entire control of the church in the ruin city. So yes, it can be the game of so many teams, but the rotations that are coming from northern front are not going to be an easy one. At the same time, leaving the Georgia Pool container is not going to be easy for the players of Magnus Esports either,
Not
because
at all.
hey, Drolin, he's getting multiple shots and his HP has been reduced to 10, so he needs to patch himself up. At the same time, only 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, and that is when the blue will start closing in. That is the only time Magnus Esports has to make those crucial rotation, and so does the players of IHC, because I'll repeat, only one body has been dropped, and it's stage 4 circle that is coming in. I don't think there is enough real estate to accommodate all the 16 teams and 63 players.
Not
So
at
in a
all.
matter of few seconds, we can already see so many fights already happening. TUF engaging with the players of IHC, where demo has been dealt with. MABETEX Esports also locking horns over there. But Godless is keeping a close eye onto the players of TUF, especially H2S. But from
Third
the back lines,
party.
Hi Dami doing a third party takes Godless.
I Thami just said hi over there and was able to get that flag. Yeah, I mean it is as simple. And all these teams should realize the fact that the zone is very small according to the number of players that are alive. See, you cannot go on these solo missions. Again, Liquid tried to go for one, gets punished. The cover this time is there. Fortunately for him, his team was in the nearby vicinity. Thor, though, gets just pushed upon by Sussex and is able to get that knock. Riddler trying to close in the distance. Does he expect Sussex in such an aggressive spot? I think he does. So he has to be careful, but the UMP just reigns supreme. And Leo Esports, man, your prediction, Shadow, might just come true.
I don't know. I don't know. Leo Esports, yes, they are in a good position, but now the journey is not over. They have to engage in a fight with the players of IHC as well if they want to transition inside the circle and have a good spot, because this fight is inevitable. On the other side, 7th Element, they also find themselves in the epicenter. Even 3x Esports, they are also in the center of the circle. Can be a good gameplay for them. On the other side, Regicide, they're looking promising in terms of position they are having. Not too many teams are present on the southern end, so Regicide definitely can do something really good. For now, IHC and Leo Esports, this is a battle of grenades, and the carpet bombing is already there from the side of Ziol, but he's not able to bring down any sort of connection or bring down the numbers of Leo Esports. But Haidami, he just survived that grenade. Down to, I think, 10 HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. And Slipknot, well, he's having a lot of throwables, but the projectile is still missing.
They're just trying to create a smoke screen and escape from this spot. And it would be a good decision because you're not inside the zone. your backs are against the blue zone, so you cannot fall back anytime soon. So it's better to take your vehicle and just run away from this position. Although IHC, I love the level of confidence that they have. They're just 2 players standing, but they're still not worried about the fight that they're taking. It's a 4-man squad against them, still ready for the fight. Let's see though, Leo, if they're able to answer back. Zol being subjected with the nade, he was just tickled by the nade, not a lot of damage done. Sussex though brings him down to 5 HP. Zul now with a shotgun won't be able to do anything because Slipknot just slipped the side of Zul and was able to get a knock and even takes care of the last remaining player of IHC. Alex falls down, IHC out of the game.
Oh, what just happened? IHC, they have been eliminated, and Leo Esports, now they have the complete Western control under their favor. Even the players of Reggie's side are not looking good. 2 players are already down. Yes, the trades are there.
What a
And
nade.
Apex with a perfect grenade takes down Avenger over there. And Noki, he has to do something in this situation. But Apex knows exactly where Noki is. He's ready with his UMP45s. These SMGs are so potent and powerful in the close range. Apex is already charging with his cavalry, but refused to get the confirmation onto Avenger. Noki with the AUG. Can he take 1 player down? Yes, he does. Takes the second one also down. Can he do a 1v3? Not against Doc. Doc reigns supreme, and he takes down Noki and Reggie's side. Well, they have been eliminated on the 13th spot.
Oh, very important frags to find for 4MV. This will bring their confidence back up because in the previous few games, they've not been performing. Early elimination, I'd say not that early because it's already stage 4, but in terms of position, you'll get nothing. So it is an early elimination. Stalwart as well, they lose IC. Action takes down DRS Delta, but it is a little bit too late. Nirzed is also down on the ground. Gyante trying to run over Action. The DBS is out. The trade is there. Tops, he somehow saved Action over there. He was taken down by Gyante, but the trade was imminent. DC rules now needs to come in. Needs to get that confirmation onto Action, will do so. And DRS, I don't know if they survive this onslaught somehow or not, but they've done enough damage to deny the hat trick for Stalwart Esports is what I think.
It's still possible. It's still possible. I hope they do something. Rules, he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. He's down to a sliver of HP, and the grenade was right on his face. Down to a sliver of HP. Gyant is still bleeding, begging for help, at the same time giving the position away. But Rules had not enough HP to do something, and Stalwart Esports, well, they get 5 defeat points, but like you said, enough damage, enough casualty has been done on their side, and Circle also goes away from them, and from one fight, Stalwart moves towards the second one onto the plus of MABETEX Esports. But 52 Esports right now, they are under heavy pressure, under heavy fire. The grenades that are coming from the side of Leo Esports, 2 players are already lost, and Hassan is the only man standing, and courtesy to that smoke, Fritz, his position has also been compromised.
Exactly. But I understand Hassan. He did not know that if any other team is nearby or not, so he just tosses a few smokes and tries to survive inside it. It's a good strategy when you're the only one standing. Just throw a smoke, toss a smoke. Your opponents might think that there is a team, but it's you all alone. And 52 Esports, again, this is what I was saying about them. They are good in those individual fights. They get the team fights under their control, but they're not able to get all their players inside the final few zones. That is the problem that 52 Esports has been facing, and they do need to address it very soon, that too, because after day number 3, you'll just have tomorrow left, 4 more games, and maybe you can try to get into top 16. Leo Esports, 2 of the players, I think that's buggy. So the person riding behind will be in a lot of trouble, but Liquid just drops out, stays inside the zone, is happy with the position he has. Highvoltage DC on the other hand has been able to take down the player of T2K. Sandesh down on the ground, already left with just 2 players. T2K, they lose another one, which means on the verge of elimination here.
Oh yes, they are. They are definitely on the verge of elimination, and Rig might want to save his fallen comrade, but there is no chance. It's going to be a suicide mission, and the confirmation is already been made. And Rig, he has to move inside the circle as well. Yes, he has managed to escape from the clutches of Highvoltage DC for now, but on the other side, we have the plus of 52 Esports. Hassan also waiting for him. If not waiting, maybe he can be the victim for T2K Rig over there. And now we are left with... Yes, through the pixels, Rig receives a lot of damage, but now he's going to reposition himself, and well, the armor is definitely gone.
He shot Rig through 2 windows. Those are 2 different windows that are just giving away Rig's position, and he's just dumbstruck. Well, from where are these shots hitting, guys? What? He has been pinned down to just the broken wall over there. And again, his gun barrel is sticking out. So, and from both the sides, I mean, Leo, they're just pressuring this player to come out and give their frag to him. That's what Team Leo is doing. And they're already inside the zone, so why not bully the players already there? It's a good strategy from the last two remaining players of Team Leo, but they've done enough damage. I mean, Liquid and Sussex already 10 frags to their name overall as a team, 10 points in the bag. Anything that you can get from here is just a bonus, and that's what they're looking for. Any more points that they can get. Stage number 5 almost about to close. Rig will definitely come your way. The shot, if connected, could have taken Rig down, but it is high voltage is Malik who gets the frag and is dominating in the lobby.
Oh yeah, Leo Esports have been the impressive bunch of lads. The improvement is definitely there, and yes, 10 elimination. They are raining death and destruction, and they are fighting with tooth and nail. And the next victim could be the players of 7th element, but unfortunately, Leos, they don't have the numbers. 7th element, they have all the 4 players alive, but they have no information. That source is so slowly crawling his way towards Divine, and Divine can be in a vulnerable position. One grenade and Divine can be taken out pretty early, but Sus can also not show his glimpse to the players of 7th element. At the same time, the circle, talking about it, Highvoltage DC, they're also in a very good spot. This can be a chicken dinner game for the players of Highvoltage DC because, hey, they have the complete northeastern control under the favor. They're the only one not engaging in too many fights at this point. On the southern end, yes, Stalwart Esports have to deal with the players of 4MV. At the same time, 3x Esports is also there, MABETEX is also there. So yes, all these teams might go up against each other. So there is going to be a lot of bloodbath on the southern side. It's the northern front where the players of Highvoltage can enjoy the safety and the position which they are having and maybe reap benefits out of it. But 7th element looks like even the players of 4MV are showing on the doorstep.
4MB would be interested. 7th element, they have a very good compound. So I wouldn't be surprised if 4MB try to fight it out against the players of 7th element. Until now, 7th element have been very, very passive. No frags to their name. And a nade. Oh, Tabby just went inside the room. Otherwise, he could have been taken down. And 4MV, now the nades are going to come into play. How many do you have? 2 for Apex. I just saw 4 for one of the players too. So 4MV, they're poised good enough in this situation to flush out the players of Team T or 7th element, but good presence of mind from them too. I mean, 7th element, they knew these nades are going to be thrown in, so they just run down basement. They know that the nades won't be able to reach there, and it'll be a safe place, a safe haven for you for time being till Team 4MB decide not to take the compound.
4MV, they're engaging in multiple fights. One side, they are trying to take down the players of 3x Esports. On the other side, they are trying to play 7th element, but Stalwart Esports and doorstep of 3x Esports. The trades are coming in, and 3x Esports, they are reigning supreme this time. Miracle has managed to take down both the players of 3x Esports. What just happened? Stalwarts blindly rushed towards the compound of 3x Esports. Something we didn't expect from a team of such high caliber, and 3x Esports, well, they capitalized and got 3 defeat points. This is the same 3x Esports we saw in the PMPL Pakistan, bringing the frags, bringing the elimination, and this time they are looking promising. I expect a good performance from their side in this game considering the position they are having right now. But 7th element, how they are going to survive? One side Leo, other side we have the players of 4MV. This is not looking a very good situation for the players of 7th element, and Doc with the buggy is scouting the area, trying to lure up the players, get some sound cues on the players. But 7th element, look at them, not giving a single sound cue. But Divine takes down Doc over there. What just happened?
Oh, he was not expecting Divine to be in that compound. And now 7th element, they can get activated. Yes, the nades are going to be thrown in. Apex, ready with a nade of his own, but won't be able to get anything. Tokusaurus, though, takes care of Apex. Tabby comes out, but gets traded out, and Reviews is able to chime in too. Tabby and Tokusaurus on the ground. T24 and Divine left to do the heavy lifting here. T24 gets a nade connection onto East and is able to get that knock. The DBS will be able to finish the job, and 7th element successfully defend the compound against 4MV.
Well, all the bottom teams are finally staging a good comeback. The firepower which we were talking about is finally being showcased. And 7th element, the way they were able to defend their compound is so fantastic. 4MV, not an easy team to deal with, but 7th element looks like the confidence is back, and now all the 4 players alive. They have to deal with the players of Leo as well. because Leo can be that ugly thorn for the players of 7th element, considering the position which they are having. At the same time, even the players of Highvoltage DC are also closing in the distance. So 7th element not in a good spot right now, but on the other side, MABETEX and 3x, well, they are looking so very fantastic in terms of the position they're having towards the eastern side and southern eastern front. But 7th element, they've deployed a lot of smoke to provide have a smoke wall and soft cover for themselves. But will it be enough for the players of 7th element to make those crucial rotations towards the south side? Let's find out. But Highvoltage DC, they have the intel onto the players of MABETEX as well.
Ooh, let's see though. MABETEX with just 2 players standing, even Leo stay in contention, so we cannot count them out. Divine subjected to a spray. Sussex almost got him, but Liquid on the other hand takes care of Tokusaurus and even takes care of Divine. 2 frags to their name. 7th element, they were singing harmony for a very little period of time, but now they lose too. They're also facing elimination. Divine will be taken care of. T24 Tabby also brought down to very little HP. Sussex will run over one of the players. Tabby left all alone gets taken care of. Leo pull off a 2v4.
Leos, they're always the impressive bunch. 14 elimination. They are going to break a record today, Fritz, I think. And they're looking for more. Yes, they have to go for the revival onto Source, but I don't think that revival can be made with Zarbaf keeping a closer eye onto him. And he gets a confirmation point as well. And with that, Leo Esports, they have been eliminated. Jiggle brings down Liquid as well. But high fragging game for the plus of Liquid, Leo Esports. 3x Esports this time, 4 defeat points in their favor, have the majority of the real estate. If they manage to bring down the numbers of Highvoltage, this can be the game for the players of 3x Esports as well.
MABETEX though would be the thorn in both these teams' side. They just need to let the players of HVF and 3x Esports fight it out. And then they can emerge from the shadows and try to finish the last team remaining if they take any sort of damage. And because they're inside the zone, this is a very realistic possibility. What is this play from Highvoltage? They're running towards the players of Team MABETEX and Cloud gets punished for it. Jiggle wants to toss a nade but will receive one from Volley too. So you'll need to be careful. Jiggle tagged up a little bit and Volley's nade connects. The second nade connects and he's also taken down. Oh my god, Highvoltage, this could have been their game, but they lose a player in this very crucial moment.
Oh yes, it was definitely indeed a very crucial moment. Even the players of 3x Esports are crawling the way, inching closer. Slowly, Zarbaf is moving closer to the players of 3x Esports. And Miracle is so impressive. I have seen this guy in the previous PMPLs. He was always the impressive one, the one to bring out to bring some opening, bringing down the numbers of the opponent team. But with those vehicles, 3x Esports, they are making so much noise. Miracle again reigns supreme, takes down Probeen, gets the instant confirmation again, and 3x Esports looking so fantastic. 5 defeat points. I was criticizing this team so much, but now finally they have woken up from their slumber and they are raining death and destruction in the final circle. And MABETEX Leo takes down Cloud. Malik, the only man standing from the side of Highvoltage DC. What can he do in this situation? 3x Esports having a better position, having the territorial control, but Zarbaf eliminates Malik, but Malik, before going down, lobs a perfect grenade and takes down Zarbaf.
The revival will be there though, and MABETEX really cannot do much about it. This should be 3x game through and through until MABETEX is able to pull off a clutch situation, a clutch round maybe. Zarbaf goes down to the zone. This should indicate Leo that there are players nearby and it is not completely out of equation for you to be in the game. Leo repositions, the nades will be wasted and this is the final nade that Miracle has. So yeah, no more nades for Miracle at least. Zarbaf, he needs to get inside the zone first to get that revival and I think he has been able to get in. So 3x will be back to 4-man squad and it'll be a 4v2. The best thing right now for 3x is to just take the vehicle and roam around with it. You can at the worst trade the 2 players out completely and Volley and Leo won't be given any chance. But if you try to be the snakes in grass, try to have that surprise factor for yourself, that is where you might fall and MABETEX might have the game in their favor. Let's see though if it happens or not. Leo has 2 nades to himself from Molly too. So if it all comes down, if he spots a player, he can toss a nade. And he will definitely do it. Volley spots the player down, takes him down. Bomb 2 in the vehicle. Has to be taken care of by Leo, but now he'll get time to reset. Camilo though gets taken down. Leo, good shots from him, but Zarbaf dodges it. A follow-up nade. It's all down to Leo. The heroics that Nirza did in the previous game now need to be repeated by Leo. Another one coming in. Zarbaf confirms the frag onto Wally. No more revival for you, my guy. The nades are not connecting. The molly does not instead. And now, in a 1v2, the two different angles. Finally, 3x. They get back into action. And this is the team we were looking for throughout the 2 different days.
Finally woken up, 3x Esports to understand the gravity of the situation, and with this high fragging game, 8 elimination, they have finally found a safe spot in the top 16. They are sitting on the 14th spot with 18 points. 3x Esports, I hope this momentum keeps conjuring for them. Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia Championship 2023 and day number 3, a day of comebacks. Every single team is showcasing a comeback, be it 7th Element, be it Regicide and 3x Esports. They wanted this chicken dinners from very long time, and finally they have woken up from their slumber, and now I really hope they keep up the same momentum and qualify for the finals.
They finally delivered. But I'm still not completely I'd say that 3x is out of the blue, because the way they got the chicken is very haphazard. It was a 2v1 at last, and we've seen clutches like that happening. They were very restricted in terms of movement, I'd say. As soon as you see it's a 2v4, one of your players just takes out a vehicle and goes on a mission to just hunt the remaining 2 players. That's what you do, and then try to take trades. That is exactly the safest game that can be played in situations like that. Because if you try to be snakes, we saw what Wally could have done. If he survived after getting that first knock, the situation could have been entirely different. But although keeping it in control, 3x Esports, they were able to get that chicken. But for future references, 3x, they should be a little bit aggressive. They should take advantage of what they have in surplus, which in this case were the number of players here.
Yeah, the numbers were there for the players of 3x. At the same time, the mistakes that were being made by the opponent teams, Highvoltage DC picking fights on the multiple fronts, that was also one of the reasons that Highvoltage DC, they were taken out pretty early in the game. Even the players of 4MV in that situation, they didn't analyze the position of Divine of 7th Element, because of which they were also taken out pretty early in the game. So yes, too many mistakes were being done by the top teams in the lobby.
Yes.
So that is something we also need to focus. But 3x Esports now finally, but the Pakistan.
Oh, Slipknot, great performance by the guy from Leo Esports. 5 eliminations overall. I mean, he supported his team too, but they were not able to get the chicken. But still, Leo Esports, the way they played the whole game, they pulled off a 2v4. They had 14, 15 eliminations overall. So Leo Esports, they just played their minds out, and I think we'll have a few more players from, not few, it's almost the whole squad of Leo Esports in the players to focus in the whole game. 5 eliminations from Slipknot, 4 from Sussex, 4 from Liquid. Then we do have the players of Team Highvoltage and 4MV, but Leo, what a game. They were not in top 3, but overall rankings will suggest otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. And Leo Esports, this could have been a chicken dinner for the players of Leo Esports as well, Fritz. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that they didn't have the numbers. Only 2 players were remaining in the end. But in the match summary, it is all about Leo Esports and 4ME and Stalwart Esports, where Leo's having the highest elimination and highest assist. On the other side, the highest damage is for Refuse of 4ME and Stalwart Esports having the highest healing stun, Z.
Number of healings really do not matter, and I still question why do we even have this stat? How does it affect the MVP of the overall tournament? But anyway, talking about the overall ranking. No, not the overall, the match ranking. 18 points to Leo. And even though they were, I think, fourth in the overall ranking, just because they had 14 eliminations, they're literally on top of the leaderboard.
Oh yes, they're definitely on the top right now, and 3x Esports having 18 total points for themselves, sitting on the second spot because Leos they had a very high fragging game. Yes, they were taken out pretty early in the game. Even the players of Highvoltage DC, this team has been the impressive one since day number one. MABETEX also fared off really well. Not too many elimination, but good placement points for MABETEX. 4MV, yes, 7 points to them, but we expect bigger things from teams of such high caliber of 4MV.
Oh, we definitely do. But I also love this attempt from Noki over here. If he was able to get that third, 4MB would have been in a really tough spot. But overall, great fights all around the board. Stalwart Esports also delivered quite a good number of frags, but they were not able to get the chicken we really were hoping for. Seventh element, they were fine till the time they were in the compound. But as soon as it came to rotation, as soon as it came to showing their awareness of the map, I'd say that's where they fell. They got third party from all the possible different directions and were taken down one by one. And then the final fight went the way of 3x Esports.
Well, definitely it went into the favor of 3x Esports, but in the overall ranking, we still have Stalwarts on the top with 120 points and MABETEX on the second with 104 points, but they still have one more game extra. Leo Esports, they have taken a jump of 2 positions and they are sitting on the 4th spot with 95 points. Even DRS, they have taken a jump of 1 position. They are on the 7th spot with 77 points. But on the page 2 is where Fritz things get interesting.
We'll see which are the teams who are facing the gun of the battle. Seventh element, yes, they did show us a decent performance, I'd say. Not the best possible one, not the worst one too. But still on the 16th spot. They barely qualify if it were to end here. They still have a good number of games left. I think 1 more this day and 4 more tomorrow. So 5 more games left to play. But yeah, they'll need to perform a little bit better. 52 Esports follow them. Regicide, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Team Tough. They've dropped quite a bit overall.
Well, they have. But looking at the schedule, we are now heading for the last game of the evening that is going to be played on the map of Miramar. The previous Miramar, I think Stalwart Esports, they got a chicken dinner for themselves, but it's a day of comebacks. Anything is happening. Even the players of Leos are looking very good, but this time Group A will be sitting out for it. So that means Stalwart Esports, well, the hat-trick won't be there. Leo Esports, they won't get the chicken dinner. Highvoltage TOF, these 4 teams are sitting out in this one. So which team you think is going to get a chicken dinner for themselves in the last Miramar?
Let's go. I'd say 4MV. It's high time now. 4MV. Let's show a good game from your side too. Hey, but I love how my prediction counter has gone to 1. Finally, after all the work that I did through PMPL Pakistan, then PMPL SN, now finally in SAC I get my first correct prediction. Let's hope the counter goes to 2 now with 4MV on this map of Miramar. But what about you, Shadow? Who do you think is reigning supreme here?
I'm scared to pick a team. Honestly, I'm scared to pick a team. But okay, I'll go with NB Esports again this time.
Oh, alright. Interesting. NB Esports. Although I personally haven't seen them perform that great. And even here on the map of Erangel, they got eliminated in Georgia Pole while trying to come out of that region. Bold choice, I'd say. But hey, let's see if it works out for you or not. Because they are a team who have qualified for the championship, so they definitely have the caliber in them to get at least a victory for themselves. But for now, the main focus for NB Esports, yes, it would be to get a chicken, but first of all, get a good game here. So this is something NB Esports would be looking forward to, which might make them a contender for the chicken.
Maybe. I hope they get a chicken dinner for themselves, because NB Esports, they're lacking that aggression which is showcased in the SA finals and the league plays entirely. So yes, NB Esports, this is a completely different NB Esports we are seeing in the
Yep.
championship. So yeah, I expect bigger things from them. At the same time, Magnus Esports, they can also do a get a chicken dinner, because last time they missed it in the map of Miramar. So maybe in this Miramar they will be looking forward. But at the same time, so many factors also come into the picture, like where the fight. Oh, brain fart. Where is the flight trajectory is
All
from,
good.
and where the first circle is going to be. So many factors come into the picture.
Ooh, that's correct. But guys, we will be jumping into the game very, very soon. I'd also like you guys to put your predictions in the chat section, and let's have a counter for audience too. And let's see if audience is able to correctly predict the team winning this game of Miramar. All of us 64 players are ready to conquer this map of Miramar, to conquer the final map of the day. And let's see which one is which is the team who is able to defy all the other teams and get that chicken for yourself. What I do see is the players are a little bit hungry. Look at the second team over there, and the player on the bottom right. He was eating his food. He's ready for the game, but yeah, filling the stomach, getting all the power needed to perform in this final game of Miramar.
Yeah, definitely. All the energy, and everyone is just pumped up for the last game of the evening. They do want to have a very good outing in this one and have the maximum points. And talking about the flight path, this time it is going all the way from to southern side of Chumasera towards the side of Lock Cobra area. So that means SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, this is definitely a very good flight path for them. On the other side, for the teams who like dropping in towards the side of Impala, they have a long journey. MABETEX, they also have a very long journey ahead if they opt for a Campo Militar drop. But we saw MABETEX on day number 1 going for a very different drop location. It looks like this time again MABETEX is opting for a very different drop.
Hey, interesting. Let's see though. The plane path this time. Finally, Shadow, the plane path is not as good, which we obviously like. It's a little bit towards the eastern side. Towards the western side. But where is Yeta Uta going? Los Higos? I love this guy. I really love this guy. He has finally taken his imagination and dropped in a place which no one would expect him to. But yeah, what is the loot? How even this place looks is what I want to see. Prison we all know because we spawn there. But how does Los Higos look? I'd like to see Yeta Uta's perspective once. But yeah, talking about the play zone, another hard play zone, I'd say, towards the eastern side. La Bendita crater is going to be an important place to play around. Los Leones. The city is being captured by two different teams, and MABETEX are already in through the early battle. Leo Volley taken care of, and it is team NB Esports who are off to a good start.
Definitely. Even the players of Illuminate Crew are also having a very good start. Yes, they lost one player, but 2 defeat points in their favor. Reggie's side and NB Esports, they're locking horns with each other. Yeah, you spoke to you soon. NB Esports are also losing out on their numbers every time. I need to stop picking the teams, I have to say. Tomorrow, I'm not going to pick any team in my prediction time.
Hey, but we'll still have to fill a graphic under you. So there'll be a team, no matter how much you don't want to pick a team. So it's better to have your own words rather than echo filling for you, because his predictions are just disgusting. He does not know how the game works, and we cannot say anything about it. So yeah, it's better to predict on your own, Shadow, rather than letting him fill in for you. But yeah, MABETEX Esports for now lost 2 players early on because of the drop clash. Finally, we see a drop clash where someone gets defeated. Even Illuminate have lost a player to MABETEX. So that's another thing we did not see in the kill feed, but has happened in the game.
Yeah, we didn't see that, but MABETEX Esports, yes, the change in drop location is not working for their is not working for them. Had they gone towards the side of Campo Militar, they would have benefited heavily, considering the circle this time we had having a complete eastern circle. They would have got an easy rotation path as well, but this time it's a different story. They lost 2 players, only 2 players remaining. Looks like MABETEX not going to have a very good run in this one. Yes, Barrett is trying to make an escape from the situation and scuttle back to the safety and regroup with his teammate, but will he be allowed to do so? Because the players of Illuminate Crew, well, they're hunting for him. And this is the area of Illuminate Crew. This has been their drop location, so they are very aware of every nook and corner of Los Leones and Baron. along with Kese. Kese can still do it, Fritz, because Kese in the
Mhm.
map of Sanhok did a 1v3 against the players of Magnus Esports. So yes, I have complete faith in the firepower of Kese and
Oh,
Viper. Kese having a cheeky angle, receive hefty damage from his side.
two Uzi shots connect. I8 they just completely fall back. I love the transition of I8 from attacking mentality. They were like, let's go, boys, let's get that frag. 2 bullets on your body. Nope, out of here. We're out of here. That's what we do. And it's a good decision considering you do not know the location of the second player and you are yourselves a couple of two. Finally, Sky joins in, so now you can go in as a 3-man squad. But it'll still be tricky. It'll still be tricky to take down the remaining two players of Team MABETEX because they could be proning in any room of this compound. And this is why I hate the map of Miramar, because every building has like 30 rooms which you need to check every time if you're trying to push on a squad. There'll be a snake inside a building, and those are the worst possible ones because then they'll escape via the sewers. So MABETEX being the again the team which is irritating the players of Team I8. They have a very nasty crossfire up inside one of the rooms, and if I8 get in, that'll be a blender and end of their game in this map of Miramar.
Even the players of DRS and T2K, they are locking horns with each other towards the side of Saint Martin. With the players of T2K, they are falling down. They lost one player, so too many fights are happening. This is rather a fast Miramar as compared to the previous Erangel, where all the teams were taking the game so very cautiously. Maybe it's the last game, so teams are a bit in a hurry, or not hurry. At the same time, the circle is giving a bit of the trouble. Too many early rotations are coming from the western and the northern part of the map. That could be the reason, and so many surprising factors are also there. MABETEX in the city of Los Leones, which no one anticipated, but Kese got an M249, utilizing it to the perfection, taking down Sky over there, and Kese still having a very good angle. Look at that cheeky angle. He gets a confirmation point onto Sky, and now Illuminate crew. They need to worry because they don't have the numbers. Now it's a 2v2 situation, and even Steven fight. MABETEX can win this one, Fritz.
Oh yes, they can. This is why you do not push in when you're not confident enough. You just leave. You just leave when you do not have all your 4 players standing. And now MABETEX really have a chance. I8 cannot escape because where would they? From the position that they came back, you do not have decent enough loot. 2 minutes is what the timer is. Okay, you're inside the play zone. That's one silver lining. But you do not have enough weapons to fight around a different team if someone has dropped around Lost Leones. That is again unknown entity for Team I8. So, like it or not, you're stuck. You're stuck in the compound. You can take the risk of escaping from here and not fighting it out, which Team MABETEX really want you to do. But if you keep pushing, if you keep stalling, essentially MABETEX will be the team coming down, and you won't want the players of MABETEX falling on you because Wolfis and Viper, they're not playing as a team at all. I do not see them in the same compound. I do not see them on the same floor because Wolfis is making a lot of noise and there is literally no crossfire around.
Oh yes, there is no crossfire for now, but I have complete faith in Kese, MABETEX Esports. At the same time, I have faith in Illuminate crew. So anything can happen. This can go either ways. But NB Esports, Regicide, T2K, Illuminate, MABETEX Esports are the team who suffered initial casualties in the very first circle. Yes, no team elimination so far yet, but teams have lost onto the crucial players, crucial numbers, which is not going to help them in the later stages of the circle. In the final circle is going to bite them in the back when they don't have the numbers advantage, when they don't have enough players in their hands, especially in the map of Miramar where you need to have the 360 visual. It's an open field. This is one of those maps where you need the numbers at any cost, but it's kind of a stalemate situation in the map. Everyone is just busy grabbing those resources, and as one of our co-casters likes to call it, it's a podcast moment. Blotter likes to say it's a podcast moment. Nothing really is happening in the map, so we can have a little bit of podcast. So according to you, which team from the Pakistan region has the capability or caliber to showcase a very good performance on the last day?
On the last day, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Interesting question because see, we all know the answer could be Team I8, Aegon X I8, since they've been playing very consistently in their own region, not here, in their own region. But I'd go with 3X because 3X, they got a chicken the previous time around. There were a lot of factors involved in that. But the bottom line is they were able to win one game. And sometimes that is the only thing you need to bounce back in the whole tournament. So if you ask me one team from Pakistan region would change everything, I'd go with Team 3X Esports. Since they've done it once, they could do it multiple different times.
Quite an optimistic one. But I want to draw your attention towards the map, Fritz. Look at
Mhm.
NB Esports' position. I'm not the one jinxing the team. They're in the blue. It's not my fault if they're going for the late rotation. They're not micromanaging their resources. Every time they say it's a caster's curse. No, it's not the caster's curse. It's the IGL's, the team's decision, which comes and bite them in the back. NB Esports, they should be prioritizing this rotation at this point, and finally they are doing so. They heard me. Finally, they are listening to our prayers, and NB Esports, please prove this thing wrong. There is no such thing as caster's curse. Get a chicken dinner for themselves. Get a chicken dinner for yourself.
Oh, all right, all right. Let's see if that happens or not. Because, as you said, struggling with the zone, already lost a player, and once even they're out of the blue, they'll have to rotate. I think more 1,000 meters more to get inside the next zone. Quantum Rage, meanwhile, they've been able to take care of Delta. Where was he? Is my question first of all, and why was he alone? But I think he took Gyante with him, and now Gyante is just escaping. Just seeing him fall down. But yeah, man, how do you justify this if you're team DRS? You lose a player for free. You went to get information, but not to get a player completely out of the server.
But Raw officials, they're getting out of the server, and one player has already been eliminated from the side of Raw as well. Even Raw, they used to perform really good in the map of Miramar Fritz in the SA finals. Every time when they dropped in the Miramar, they used to have a very high fragging game. But this time that is completely missing. Yes, on day number 3, they are showing some signs of resilience. The way they are picking the fights, the rotations, the way they are picking those rotations. But this time they need to be a bit careful. Yes, they were trying to head over to the city of Impala, where the players of Eganix I8 are placed perfectly. But Yeto Uta, the main standout player from the side of Raw, has been taken down. And this time, Raw officials, the remaining 3 players, they need to realize they have to have confidence into each other, because they are relying heavily onto Yeto Uta. And I hope this time they pull off something really good.
Oh, let's see if that's the case or not. Oh, okay, this fight's still going on. Never mind, Baron. He is the last one standing from his team, and I think Wufez is the only player himself. So yes, he is. And now it's down to a 1v1 battle finally, and we'll have a winner. They cannot escape this position because look at the zone, 2,400 meters away. Both these players are dead irrespective of the battle they take here, because the main road is very far away. No more healings for Wufez, so the best he can do is wait for the zone to close in or push in onto his opponent up top and try to get a frag and the healings off of him. Yeah, man, but let's see if he's able to do any of it. 4 smokes is what he recovers from the loot crate. Has some bandages too to work with, but for how long can you survive on bandages is my question. Raw official, they also are rotating inside the zone, and the zone is already shrunk all the way towards the eastern side of the map, and that is a very hilly area. So there'll be a lot of natural cover to play around, but the team on top will have the most advantage.
And Magnus, look at the position. They are right in the epicenter. Yes, you have certain hills to have height advantage, but 52 esports. But Quantum Rage in a close frontal battle with the players of IHC, and Zeol was down, but Demo comes from the backline, saves the day, and saves Zeol in that situation. But like you were saying, MABETEX Esports and Illuminate Crew, both these teams are doomed. Nothing can come out of the situation. Baron with the last first hit already popped in. There is nothing he can do. Woofy is also not having any healings. He can hope to get one elimination point, but that also has been denied as Baron gets one, and that Illuminate Crew has been eliminated. But at the same time,
What?
MABETEX, I don't think that can do move inside the circle. But what just happened? Magnus Esports, they were looking so very good. But 52 Esports, they're trying, they got one confirmation point onto Higmas over there. At the same time, on the low ground, we have the players of T2K.
That spray is what surprised me from Zibian. UMP is so accurate in such a long distance. Hey, that's great. That's crazy spray control right there. Magnus, great job, but that's only you dishing out damage and not capitalizing on it. Drolin is on a risky mission, and plus he just has a level 1 helmet and a level 1 vest. So essentially, you're just working with a protective film and not a complete cover. You need to be really careful with those fights now, Drolin. And Magnus, they're just wasting time here. They're waiting for the next 40 seconds, hope that the zone closes in and they are inside of it. Raw, meanwhile, they went against Aegon XI8 and now are out of the server. Falak gets that frag, gets another point to his name. And yeah, that's about it. Not a lot of fights happening around. Yes, we have teams exchanging some shots, exchanging some knocks, but that is them just focusing on damaging your opponent's helmet and vest, letting them use a lot of healings early in the round so that they have nothing left for the final few zones.
Yeah, micromanagement of the resources is also very crucial. You can try and deplete the resources of your opponent, and that is going to come and bite them in the back in the later circles. And T2K, well, they are surviving with only one player, that is Jane. Can't do pretty much, can play the survival game, but IHC, well, they are in the crosshairs of the plus of DRS. And Gyante with those mini shots, well, he has taken out heavy HP out of Godless, but IHC with those buggies trying to move inside the circle, but NB Esports can be that ugly thorn for them. And I'm worried about NB Esports now.
Ooh, IHC. They get tagged quite a bit. But yeah, as you said, Akaza boy is all alone, I think, in that compound. There's no one to help him out. The Molly, it'll connect. It should give Zeol a little bit of a damage. A follow-up Molly in another room. So basically, Akaza boy is just dead. And yes, Zeol's Molly will do the job. And NB Esports, they are on the verge of elimination here.
I didn't curse the team. Look at the split that is coming in. Mondo Boy is somewhere on the northern front. Akaza was somewhere on the western front. I didn't jinx. It was the decision making of the players of NV Esports. It was not the circumstances which were created, which forced the players to go for the split. No, not at all. But talking about the players of DRS, yes, they are in a good position. They are aware about the position of the players of IHC. And IHC, talking about this team as well, they are left with only 2 players. It's not like they have the numbers advantage. So yeah, IHC is not looking super strong, I will say. On the other side, 7th Element, 52 Esports, they're also showcasing a strong comeback in this one. Yes, 7th Element can try and have that dominant control from the northern front because of the rotation that are coming from the northern side. They have all the 4 players alive. But this can be the game fritz for the players of 4MV, because look at the position. They're coming from the south side, and the only team present on the south front are the players of 52, which don't have the numbers advantage, and the players of Aganex I8. So yes, 4MV can also potentially look for the south control and try and get the chicken dinner for themselves, and maybe your second prediction can come true.
Let's see. Let's not jump to conclusions here because it's a long way. The game is still a long way from finishing, and it is a stage 4. Plus, this time around, look at the change we see Shadow. Last game, 4th zone, we had 60 players alive. This time around, only 34 remain. And even though the map is bigger this time around, the zone is where everything fell apart for most of the teams. They were rotating. Some of them died in the drop clashes, and a lot went wrong in the map of Miramar for all the teams that have been eliminated. MABETEX, I8, Regicide, Quantum Race, Raw Officials. A lot went wrong. So now let's see the remainder of the teams. Basically, it is a fight between all the teams which have either 3 or 4 players standing. IHC, NB Esports, T2K. The best they can do is just stay alive, play for position, not entirely fights. And IHC, being one of the teams who are on the edge of the zone, might just get eliminated if the zone does not favor them. So that's another silver lining that Team IHC will have to work with. DRS, they already have them in their crosshairs, and as soon as they try to vacate their compound, as soon as they try to use their vehicles for a rotation, they'll be picked off one by one.
But what do you think is happening wrong with the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming? Because SKYLIGHTZ at one point in the SA final, they got the maximum chicken dinners for themselves, and in the map of Miramar, they used to perform really good. But this time, SKYLIGHTZ, they are suffering. Yes, in this very game, they have the numbers, they have all the 4 players alive, but we haven't witnessed a single good game. Okay, one good game was there from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Game, but other than that, I don't think SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have been performing up to our expectations.
No. That they haven't. As I said, SKYLIGHTZ only performed in one game. That too, not brilliantly. They just had a good performance, I'd say. 7-8 points on that map of Sanhok. And after that, it has been hit or miss. They go in for the early fights. They lose a player here and there. And even though they get 3-4 frags, but they're eliminated early on. So this time around, they have all their players standing, which is a good sign. But where are they on the mini map is what I'm interested to see in. And this is what I was talking about. IHC on the edge. They will try to throw some smokes, use the vehicle to rotate, but they will be pincered down upon by the players of DRS Gaming. Rules, making sure that he does not get backstabbed, is throwing the smoke, and once he does, he just jump on top of that ridge, take some shots. IHC using the monster truck, trying to rotate. The health, I think so, will be a concern for the players of IHC, but they somehow have gotten to the edge. Now let's see if they're able to take down at least one player without being eliminated or not.
They can. Rolls is having a perfect spot, but he doesn't have the information where exactly the players of IHC are. After lobbing one grenade, Rolls is not trying to be overcommit into the fight. Yes, the knock has been delivered onto T24 OP, but at the same time, the revival has been made. So, a waste of grenade. At the same time, DRS. 7th element, IHC, 3 teams trying to have that western control in their favor. Let's see what's going to happen where DRS and IHC, they're not having the numbers advantage. It is with the players of 7th element. And 7th element, yes, they do have good resources, decent resources, I'll say, not good resources, but that MK14 from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming definitely is lobbing fear in the hearts of 7th element. So definitely they are not trying to push on to the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming for now. But they have to move inside the circle. And in the circle, oh, look at Mondo and Mafia Ninja. Mafia Ninja gives a glimpse, and Mondo with an Info 16 delivers a hefty damage onto Mafia Ninja, but he doesn't realize it's a 1v4 situation. AJ with the height advantage is trying to take down Mondo, and Mondo, being the optimistic one, tried with his level best, but NB Esports, they are eliminated on the 11th spot, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they have earned a defeat point for themselves.
SKYLIGHTZ, good job done by them. They were able to get those necessary points. But now it still comes down to who gets the chicken IA. They've been getting 3 frags. They are on the top of the leaderboard. That is soon to change, I think. I feel all these teams on the edge of the zone will be hampered once the zone moves. Once the 5th zone comes in, the zone will definitely be a very big deciding factor on who gets that chicken. I see all the teams are on the edge except for 52 Esports. They are the only ones who are a little bit towards the center, but other than them, everyone is on the outskirts, and now the zone thinks in. It is a central shift, so it will help you to get inside fairly easily. But let's see how does that get facilitated. SKYLIGHTZ, 7th element is the team that they are eyeing for. A good bit of damage done, but it is DRS to finish things off. 7th element, they get eliminated. A little bit of a help thrown in by the players of team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but that was about it. Jane spotted, burning with a molly, put to rest by Faster's DBS.
That was bound to happen. A 1v3 situation was there. Jane was trying not to give any kind of a sound cue, but in the end, Magnus players did spot him out. And IHC Zeol in a close frontal battle with the players of DRS rolls over there, having a little bit of the ridge advantage to his name. And IHC, they're not looking so very good, because from the backline, SKYLIGHTZ deals with Zeol. And after getting 4 elimination, IHC bits bye-bye on the 8th spot. Now we are left with only 7 teams and 25 players. And 52 come back, finds a knock onto Blade. At the same time, Falak goes for a vehicle run over onto Jalad. The trades are coming back and forth, and looks like Econex IA, they are reigning supreme in that fight. Even the plus of 4MV, they are having a little bit of the kerfuffle with the plus of 3X Esports. This game has written 4MV all over, considering the position, considering the number which they're having, and the firepower which they bring in. 52 Esports, well, they have been eliminated. All thanks to the players of Econex I8. And Miracle also goes down through the hands of Refuse over there. And 3X Esports, can they stand against the players of 4MV? I don't think so. Miracle also goes down. Momdu also goes down. And that's it. 3X, they are done. But valiant efforts from their side. They survived till the top 6, but no elimination whatsoever.
There was a third party from DRS which led to the elimination, but it does not matter how it comes. This is what happens if you're not able to get enough number of frags. Yes, the position is good, but no frags means you'll be thrown down the leaderboard. Gyante, good spray onto the vehicle of 4MV, but he was not able to get the knock, and now he is in a range to throw some nades down here. Gyante will try to heal himself back up to fighting HP. Doak from behind will be responsible to give some cover fire to his teammates. And let's see DRS. How do they deal with the bombardment now? This mini red zone is something DRS need to survive. And if they do, they will be in a great spot. Some counter nades being thrown into. And 4MV also being third party from Team Magnus, it seems like. So they do throw a smoke and try to reset themselves.
Oh, they have to. At any cost, they have to. But the position of Doc is going to be so very critical. At the same time, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Mafia Ninja comes in with a third party, takes down rules over there. But again, XIA, the fourth party is happening. Takes one player from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. What is happening? It's becoming all chaotic on the northern front. And rules, well, he needs revival. He's begging for the help as Gyanta is keeping the enemy at the bay, trying to take down the players of 4MV.
What a
Doc
knock!
was the faster one and the precise one, takes down Gyante over there with that AUG on the other side. Magnus also comes in. What is that? A fifth party bringing down the numbers of 4MV and refused in a close frontal battle with the players of DRS. Takes on rolls over there, but Killer Whitey on a sliver of HP.
Oh, the DBS!
And takes him down, and the DPS right on the face of 4MV players. Gets a confirmation point as well, but East saves the day and deals with the last player of DRS. How many parties were happening in this situation?
Too many parties to take to account for. And I mean, this is what happens. This is what happens in the final few zones. Everyone is shooting in the longer range battles. Everyone is trying to contribute to a fight which is happening. And at the end, I mean, do we even say 4MV came out victorious? Because it is just one player who came surviving from that location. Although he still has a chance because the complete zone is empty. There is no team surviving inside the zone. SKYLIGHTZ, yes, they have 4 players standing, but now they'll be gatekept by the players of Team Magnus Esports. As soon as they try to get in, as soon as they try to come down this big ridge, they will be fired upon. Let's see Magnus, if they're able to take care of the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming or not.
This is a blessing in disguise for the players of Magnus Fritz, because this can be the gameplay even for the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because 4MV, they're left with only one player. DRS, they have been eliminated, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are rushing towards the side of Magnus Esports, and AJ has been dealt with by Eganix I8, and Blade also takes down Droll in a perfect third party, which the players of Eganix I8 are doing right now. Even faster has been reduced to 10 HP. The confirmation point has been made onto Drollin, and Nima gets the point. Now Magnus, they're left with only 2 players.
Oh, Zibin gets taken down. Good shots from I8. They are also contributing to this third party SKYLIGHTZ. They somehow get close to the compound. Zibin gets taken care of, and it's all down to faster for Team Magnus. He is the last one standing. He is also being subjected to a few shots. Spotted down. The nade will flush off No Fear. Okay, it was Molly which will flush out No Fear from that angle. But I mean, for how long does he survive? I don't think so for any time. He'll be eliminated very, very soon is what I feel.
Faster, Mafia Ninja in a close frontal battle. Faster is hiding. Mafia Ninja also needs to be a bit careful. At the same time, the blue is also catching up, and Eganix IA, they are also closing in the distance. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, yes, they have the numbers. Magnus Esports have been dealt with. Faster goes down, and Magnus Esports, after getting 4 elimination bids by 3 teams, Eganix IA 2+ up against the entirety of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Yes, the grenades are being flung over, but no connection whatsoever.
SKYLIGHTZ, the worst thing for them is still the 2 players of Team I8 are up top. So they will be cover fire, and Falak's nade just got to SKYLIGHTZ. This could be difficult for them now. Did Mafia Ninja get spotted? There is a pixel which I can see inside that container. No fear. Even with the MK is not able to do anything. Falak is just a beast in these 1v1 scenarios. He also jumps down, gets the final frag, and leaves East all by himself in a 1v4, and I think we already know the result. Aegon X I8 are moving forward with the final WWCD to their name, because East, I mean, yes, he has the caliber, but 4 different players, 4 different angles, 20 different nades is what I feel. Yeah, that should be it. Oh, wait a minute. East gets a knock onto Boost. That is a good one to find, plus the nade does not get anything. Aiku, he was trying to just tickle down East in that area, but is not able to do anything. Blade jumping with the buggy. Not able to find the knock. East. The 1v1 with Falak is going to be important, but both the players, Aiku and Falak, peak together, and Aegon X I8 finally show why this is the best team in the region of Pakistan.
Oh, they certainly are the best in Pakistan region, and even in SST, they are telling how they can rain death and destruction. This time, a very high fragging game, total of 23 points, and in the overall ranking, they stand on the 9th spot.
आपके लिए गिफ्ट लाए हैं गिफ्ट।
अरे वाह
आजाद लग रही डोंकी राजा डोंकी राजा डोंकी राजा
तो बस हमारा शाही लिबास पबजी मोबाइल पे पहन लिया जाए।
सिर्फ PUBG मोबाइल पर।
एटलीस्ट बेटर है उससे। And you guys are watching PMPL South Asia Championship 2023, and the Pakistan region finally they are back, Fritz. First 3x gets a chicken dinner for themselves, and now again XI8 looks like the Pakistan domination finally there on day number 3.
Oh, it looks like that. I mean, they played the perfect PUBG Mobile over here. They played the perfect match. All their pushes were very well coordinated. Every time they went in, they were confident. They had the backup, they had the utility, and everything was just raining perfectly. I mean, yeah, Shadow, I do agree. The trailer is kind of cool. The ad over there where the donkey comes in and calls, is it a donkey or a horse? I'm yet to figure it out, but I also do like the trailer.
Oh, I just love it. I love the trailer. I was just talking about it before we came live. Yes, it's quite an impressive one. But finally, again, XI8 on day number 1, they got a chicken dinner for themselves. On day number 3, in the last game, they get a chicken dinner. And guess they are in the safe spot so that they can experiment few things. On day number 4, they already have built enough cushion. I think they are definitely qualifying for the finals.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard now. Yes, as you said, top 16 is what you are aiming for. It should be fairly easy, fairly simple for you to qualify for now. But talking about the player which made the most impact in the game, the MVP of the game, let's have a look at him. It is going to be the player from DRS, Killer Whitey, finally standing true to his name, got 7 eliminations. Yeah, I mean, he does not believe in number of assists. Got 7 knocks too, 6 knocks too, except for the elimination. So that for DRS is a great thing to achieve.
Oh, definitely. DRS, they were looking very strong up until so many third parties, fourth parties were happening in this situation, and blame the players of Again XIA. They were finding trades here and there. Even Clear Whitey was so very impressive. 7 elimination, 980 damage. He was the absolute demon in the map of Miramar. And DRS, yes, they tend to fare off really well in Sanhok as well as Miramar. But the players we need to focus along with Killer Whitey are going to be from the side of Again XI8. In fact, all the 3 players from the side of Again XI8.
Oh, that's quite a number from Megon XI8, and why not? They got good number of frags, 13 overall, and that is exactly what there was. And the last they did not get any frags because I think I8 overall in the whole server were able to get 13. We'll have to confirm that once the match standings come in. But yeah, good performance from DRS too. 10 frags between Killer and Rules. That definitely sounds like a good game in my books. 10 elimination points. I think their teammates also might have 1 or 2 between them, and they'll have 6 points maybe, or maybe 4, depending on the position that they get. So yeah, I mean, decent game for DRS. This should also help them climb the ranked leaderboard a little bit.
But definitely this is going to help DRS climb a little bit more. But yes, this is not the time where the players of DRS might be showing too many strats, because hey, they want to be the champions, and finals is where it matters the most. That is where the majority of the prize money is. At the same time, qualification for PUBG Mobile World Invitational, that is also at the stake. But in the match summary, it's all about the Ignix I8 and DRS, where Killer YT is getting the highest elimination and highest damage. The highest assist and highest healings done are from the same lad, that is Falak from Eganix I8. So yeah, this game was entirely about DRS and Eganix I8. Even the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, at one point they were looking so very promising. They had all the numbers up until the players of Eganix I8 showed up, and they did a 2v4 in that situation.
Oh, but yes, guys, that is the final game. That was the final game of the day. And now let's have a look at how many points did each of these teams get. So a total of 23 points for I8. That Aegon X I8, my bad. That is a big number. DRS on the other hand were placed quite below, but because they had 10 eliminations, 13 points overall, and they are positioned on the second spot. 4MV, a good recovery from them, 12 points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming get 9, Magnus get 8, and the rest are on your screen. good job done by the teams who are trailing a bit in today's games. Finally, they show up. Yes, this is the last game of the day, and they won't be able to continue that positive momentum onwards. But they still have another day and 4 games left to prove their mettle and at least try to qualify in top 16.
Oh, yes, we have one more day and only 5 games, but each team gets only 4 games. So for every team, there are only 4 games remaining where they want to qualify in the top 16. Few teams are already having a huge buffer, like Stalwart Esports sitting on the top with 120 points. 4MV, they're slowly catching up, and maybe tomorrow we can see 4MV trying to dethrone Stalwarts on the top spot.
Oh, that's correct. And now it seems again like a South Asian battle. This is what I saw when I first joined PMPL South Asia. 4MV and Stalwart fighting it out for the top. At that point of time, the lead was just too great after the 2 teams. But here, MABETEX, they still have a chance. Leo, they still have a chance. Highvoltage, they do still have a chance to dethrone the players of Team Stalwart Esports and 4MV. But the main masala, the main magic is on page number 2. We are 52 Esports, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Regicide, Tough. These are the 4 teams which have to perform tomorrow or they will bid adieu to the season.
Even I think the players of Quantum Rage, Raw Official, 7th Element, they are in the danger area. I'll take the liberty to say even the players of 3x Esports are also in the danger area. One chicken dinner from the side of any of the team who are on the bottom, and they can propel themselves and come in top 16. So yes, all these teams on the second page, barring the players of Illuminate Crew and Magnus Esports, they have to make sure they deliver a good consistency on the remaining 4 games, because it's only 4 games. You don't have enough buffer, you don't have enough games in your hands to mess up in a single game and try and recover on the remaining 3. So yes, the pressure is definitely mounting on all these bottom teams.
It will be difficult for all of them to perform under such high pressure. But then again, they have to remember they just need one spot. They just need to push one of these teams down and get themselves a spot in top 16 teams. Again, the gap is not that great. One chicken is what they need to confirm their spot in the grand finals. But will it come? Will it come? That is the main question that we have for all of these teams. And it will be a great day. It will be an important day tomorrow for all of these teams to perform. And now I'd say that I feel confident the team Regicide could be one of the teams. I don't know why, it is just a gut feeling. The team Regicide might be one of the teams that perform tomorrow and are able to book a slot for themselves in the top 16.
Oh, they should, because of the performance which they delivered in their own region in the PMPL Pakistan. They came on the second spot, having the highest elimination points. So yes, big things are expected from the side of Regicide. Their fans are definitely expecting them to qualify for the finals. Not just qualify, at the same time deliver a very dominating performance. So yes, Regicide can be those team. At the same time, Raw Officials, they also tend to thrive under the pressure. But looking at the elimination leaders, well, Apex is leading with 29 elimination and Killer YT with 25 of his own.
Oh, that's about it. I mean, Apex, he is leading the chart. Doc following him. There's that. I think after tomorrow we'll have a clearer picture on who the leaders will be. And once again, I do not have any doubt that this title is also going to be won either by a player of 4MV or a player of Stalwart Esports. That is because these are the teams who are super aggressive, super in your face, and they always deliver. And even in terms of damage, if you look at it, Apex, yes, he might have 29 eliminations to his name, but Doc is almost 1,000 damage more than him. So this means that all these teams, they love to take those duels, they love to take those fights against their opponents, and are very, very great entry fraggers. So this will be important to see how does day number, I think 15, match number 15 pan out. But overall, if we talk about today's game, Stalwart Esports is the only consistent team that got the 2 chicken dinners for themselves. They even got a second position in map of Sanhok. So overall, I'd say Stalwart had a great day.
Oh yes, it started with the Mongolian domination, and in the end it was entirely about the Pakistan teams showcasing a great comeback, starting with 3x Esports. Not just 3x Esports, even the players of Magnus Esports. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner for themselves, but still it was a Pakistan comeback, Pakistan region comeback towards the end of the day. Let's hope it continues on the last day as well, because if not, maybe the team won't qualify for the finals, and we do expect out of it at least 4 teams to qualify for the SSC Championship finals.
Oh, it'll be important. It'll be important to see who comes out on top tomorrow. But it'll be interesting too. I mean, if Stalwart can make a jump like that, the other teams should take inspiration and maybe try to follow what SDE did. IS is again another team which we do not talk about a lot, but they've been performing silently. So
Yeah.
once they qualify, again, this race is mostly about qualifying for top 16. Once they qualify, we'll have to keep an eye on them in the grand finals.
But yes, IHC is definitely one of the strong team in the lobby. They do have the international experience also. The entire team was known as Use Esports previously, and
Oh,
yes,
okay.
they are capable of doing big
Mhm.
things. At the same time, Leo Esports, this is a team that is impressing me the most. The improvement in the gameplay is tremendous as compared to the SA final. So I'm expecting Leo Esports also to deliver a very good performance on the very last day, because this time also in one of the game they had what, 14 frags for themselves, if
Yeah.
I'm not wrong. Yeah, 14 frags. It's just that they didn't have the numbers to get the chicken air for
Mhm.
themselves. Otherwise, that Erangel game could have been the game for the players of Leo Esports.
Oh, that's correct. That game of Erangel was very interesting. I mean, as soon as I saw Seventh Element being completely taken down by them, that that was just insane to see. And I'd like to see some more performance from Team Leo Esports in the future. I mean, they show us what they can do. They showed us the glimpse that they are a very aggressive team. But now, how do they finish it off? How do they come in top 16? That is yet to be seen.
Well, they yet to be seen, and we'll witness all that action tomorrow. But that's it for today, folks. Thank you so much, guys, for watching us. And if you want to see which teams are qualifying for the finals, tune in tomorrow at the same time. For now, me and Fritz will bid you bye bye. Thank you so much. Have a good night.